My audio okay, by the way? I did a whole new setup.
It's a little loud, but say hello to everybody who may or may not be looking and watching, because welcome everybody to the first Wayfar of 2021. This is day 15, episode 14. The episode title today is Skyward.
Is
We
this less loud? Is this better?
it's still a little loud. But that's for me. I don't know what it's like for everybody else, because I don't know. Everyone else have an opinion?
It's fine for me.
Okay.
All right, I'll keep it as is.
So I was copying in the new skill I picked today, so I was just like I was distracted.
Yeah, so welcome back from about a month-long break. Uh, we didn't do a holiday special. Stuff happened.
Nope.
Schedules conflicted.
Well, your internet
Um,
died.
yeah, one of the days my internet died completely. Um, well, by the time it was like 7 or 8, it steadied, but I wasn't feeling like starting a stream at like an hour too late, so I was like, eh. Um, but yeah, welcome to the first stream of 2021. We are kind of skipping over the fact that we didn't do a holiday special, but that's okay because the holiday special didn't really matter or relevant to the plot anyway, so you didn't really miss anything. Um, kind of expectedly, people are still filling out their sheets because people asked me today if they needed to be ready, and I said, yeah, probably they should be.
But
I'm
I
done.
did ask today. I did ask.
You did ask. It was admittedly earlier in the day, which is actually even more funny since you're still filling it out.
Well, I took a nap, and that nap took up the time period. Like, you hadn't responded by the time I was like, "No, it's good, I'm taking a nap."
Teacher, I did the homework.
Suck
Well,
up.
that's one of you.
I did the homework and took a nap.
Ooh.
Ah,
Since
see,
when?
now he's showing off.
At the same time.
And I also got everybody worm socks for Christmas, but we missed all that.
I needed
Yeah.
another pair of those.
I assume Kimchi's microphone is muted. She has not said anything.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you just not have it on, or have you been speaking this whole time and we just haven't heard you?
No, I've just been listening.
Okay. Is your
Hardcore
sheet
lurking.
good,
Hmm.
or are we?
Yeah, it's getting there.
Okay.
Keyword.
Getting there.
Mine's almost done.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's like the only thing that's wrong be wrong with my sheet is that like I don't know if I've removed all the like I've made all the abilities that I don't have not marked with NA.
Full disclosure, I did finish mine like 10 minutes before the stream.
Still finished. I saw you looking. It's still technically finished.
Yeah, I was sitting at my desk finishing it up before class, basically, like everything else in my life.
Yep.
All right. So,
I think mine's done now.
as a recap, since it's been about a month or so, you were
I forgot
all
we had a
given.
ship.
Well, you haven't gotten it yet. You were given contracts. You all basically decided you were going to look them over. Well, Romeo was ready to sign immediately, but
Oh, she already signed and she's running around yelling that she has a ship.
everyone else sort of decided they were going to mull it over. So, it's been a few days. You've all had the opportunity to mull it over. What
This is your chance to get rid of Romy.
What is your thought here?
What? I mean, what?
You guys were looking over your contract, deciding what you were going to do. You didn't officially sign it yet.
Yeah, I know, but like, what do you mean? What is our thought here?
Well, what has happened in the last few days? What did you guys decide
okay.
you were gonna do? Like, what was the
Badass
decision?
ship
What was the
or
consensus?
sit around
Like,
desert planet.
do you reject his offer? Like, what happened in the last few days in response to this whole offer, effectively?
Well, I mean, Kat had already basically decided she was going to accept, but she was waiting until she did not have a concussion to make sure of that. So, because making decisions under a concussion and signing contracts with huge corporations is kind of a bad idea.
Maybe a little bit. I look at it as it's like being drunk, but through a blow to the head. And lots of people make perfectly rational decisions, under the influence, right? Like, totally nothing bad has ever come from it. Nothing ever.
Especially not even to this team.
Oh, absolutely. Like, none of you have ever been found without your clothes in an alleyway somewhere. Absolutely never.
No, not at all.
100% not.
Hey, Romy appreciates people leaving their clothes in alleyways. It helps her out.
Well, that's weird and oddly specific, but okay.
This explains everything.
Now we're finding that Romy goes around and just spikes the drinks deliberately.
I mean, that wouldn't surprise me, honestly, but...
It wouldn't surprise me either.
Well, now that she knows where a consignment shop is, she's like doubly eager to do that.
So it's been a couple days. You guys are back in your little bunker shop. Wow, I'm watching my upload rate terribly go up and down.
Yeah, it's going bonkers on my side too.
Is my stream looking terrible?
I mean, it's a single image, so it's hard to tell. But I can tell you that
Well,
it's
I mean, I mean, I guess you're not
popping
listening,
in and
right?
out.
You look frozen on my end.
I guess the
It
question is
it
the audio being poorly affected.
it keeps buffering. I'll tell you that.
Hmm. Yeah.
Is right.
I love my internet provider. They've been so good to me the last
Who
3
do you have
weeks.
out there?
Spectrum.
Hmm.
So, you know, everyone loves Spectrum. They're the
I
best
I have a
because they're
totally
the
different one. 'Cause, yeah,
only one that I can get here, pretty much. Well, that's not true. I can get Verizon, but like, why? I
move
don't get
South to Albany.
FiOS.
Come join my provider,
What do you got?
Mid Hudson Cable.
Do they have fiber optic lines?
Nope.
Then it means nothing. It's all the same.
Yeah. Taint Spectrum.
I mean,
I wish I was in Spectrum.
I can get gigabit here. I just can't afford it.
yeah.
Yeah, I hate you.
I mean, Spectrum does offer me a business class option, which is 4 times as expensive for twice the speed. Yay!
Yeah,
If you
but with you can have like 20 computers on that line. And it's fine.
if you want a timeshare in my gigabit, we can work something out.
That doesn't. I don't live on your side of town.
I mean, clearly you could just go to the other side of town whenever you need to use the internet. Like, that's not
Yeah, I
inconvenient.
mean, most people who have timeshares travel by plane to their timeshare. I'll even come pick you up.
It would be
I'm
like
not
when you
sure
used to go to the
that's the
library.
best argument for that one, since you're in the same zip code, presumably.
Not the same zip code. No, yeah,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
Wait, no, yeah, we're not the same zip code.
Okay. But yeah, so you guys have been a couple days. I'm just gonna pretend that my bandwidth on my stream is not cutting down to like 1/10 of what it normally is when it dips down. Wow, I can't keep looking at that. All right. Okay, moving on. Yes. So, anyways, it's been a couple days. I apologize for the buffering. I really can't do anything about my internet. That said, it's been a couple days. What do you guys? What have you guys sort of done in the intervening few days, other than stop being injured?
Well, Kat knows she's going to sign the thing, so she probably would have just gotten in contact with Nav and made sure they were set up and everything for it to be okay for her not to be on planet.
I mean, yeah, that's. I mean, that's sort of the point of the way you have it set up. They don't.
Yeah, I mean, like she ideally set it up that way, but like she heads up to probably the ones she trusts closest and stuff like that because it's not like she. It's the typical rule of the internet. You don't give too many details about yourself, or they can track you down. And this is a bunch of hackers that can absolutely do it. So
Yeah.
she's not going to be like, yeah. So I work for Holland, and they gave us no, no.
Like, so guys, I'm leaving the planet. Not permanently, mind you, probably. But I got a ship, so I'm leaving. Here's my number.
Yes,
Bye.
essentially. Just like you can still like she's not going to be out of touch, so they can still contact her for everything. Unless
Only
there's a point when she has to enter stasis or something.
I mean, that is sort of the like common travails of interstellar travel, right? Like,
Right. So like that's what she'll let them know when like that happens. when she's gonna be like, no, absolutely for like the next month, I'm not gonna be available.
I mean, that's nice of you. You shouldn't. You don't have to. You can just be like, sorry guys, nope. Bye.
Well, no, I realize that is how Slice operates, but
I mean, I
that
feel
just
like
makes
that's a little extra snark at your boss. I don't, or your mentor rather.
mentor.
Like, I mean, I don't.
Well, yes, because like she was all like freaking worried about her until she realized that she sent her the like hacking information to the. So she was like,
Also,
"Oh, so
I
she's
mean,
alive. That's good."
ostensibly she's your boss too, right? Like
You
doesn't
took
tell
too
you what to do.
long. Now your candy's gone. That's what happened.
Hi,
I
Q.
mean-
How's it going? Um, thanks for the host. Yeah, like they don't have a problem with you, like, you know, arguably disappearing for months on end, right? Like that's sort of an expectation of like, I'm going to travel through space.
Right.
You have ideally hired people who are not going to fall apart without you there to micromanage them. Ideally.
Yes, that's the hope.
If that happens to be for a few months at a time, then so be it.
Yeah, but I mean, like she is letting them know, like, yeah, I didn't suddenly die, and that's why I'm not contacting you. That's essentially what she's doing.
Yeah.
Nice.
And
Oh, sorry, go on.
oh no, and like just a reminder that she did give her hackers the a video on what happened.
Yeah.
So like
Um,
they know. They've been told not to spread it though. They're hackers, so who knows what they're gonna do.
Well, luckily, NPC organizations mostly just listen to you, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, but I mean they're hackers, so she would not be shocked if they did. So it's just like, she's like, yeah. I mean, I told them not to. I don't know what do you want from me.
Fair. It's not exactly like hackers are known for listening to people of authority or something. Like that's
Like it's not like hackers are known for keeping information private rather than pulling in a non.
apparently there's a long delay. So, Q, I'm saying this right after I wrote my message. So, whenever that gets to you, it gets to you. I can't do anything about it today. My internet has decided to poop itself. Yay, internet providers. So, Monty, what were you doing?
So I've worked what Al has been doing into the canon of the level up, putting the fluff into the crunch, if you will.
Okay.
So there were a lot of times during the last battle where Al realized that just having Cat on his back the entire time wasn't necessarily going to prevent damage. And so he has made it his prerogative to, and just because of that last battle, just in general, I unlocked, Sundance, which is the crunch of it, but the fluff of it is, through the battle, the bonds are stronger with Cat, and so he is able to more directly defend Cat if needed, just in case. But also because of that bond, he's taken up a couple of things, kind of unconsciously, not really at the behest of, but just because he thinks that it might help. He's started to study more into hacking and fixing. So he's been doing crash courses on using computers and also how to fix those various things, whether it's mechanical or otherwise, because he doesn't want to rely on his teammates for all of that all the time. He feels useless whenever those situations pop up. And even if he's not going to be great at it, he wants to have some kind of competence at it. So he's largely spent his time, around the team, but just kind of, in the, main area or in his room studying and, trying to think about ways to help when this, contract signing comes, because he assumes that this is what they're going to end up doing. And while he's not exactly 100% enthused about it, he's grown to trust um, the guy whose name I can't remember. Barton? What's his name again?
Barnett.
Barnett. Yes, there we go.
Just the
Uh,
Barnett, the
ev-
big boss.
even yeah, even if it's at a side-eyed glance, kind of trusting, he respects him, and he assumes that that's what's going down. Would Kat have told Al that she was considering signing before they broke? After that,
Hmm.
sorry, was that a yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Like,
cool.
well, I mean, she made it pretty clear when they were there because she was like, I will sign this under the, like, understanding that if you cross the line, we're allowed to rebel against you too. I mean,
Right. Okay. Yeah.
and he was like, I welcome the challenge. And she was like, okay, like, fine. Looks like this is a thing.
Yep. Okay. So, so that's what he's been doing mainly, at least in his study time. Otherwise, he's been looking at ways to make himself more effective because he knows he's big and slow, and he's gone through every single other frame and realized that uh, he's best sticking with what he knows, but he's adding some Horus tech to his arsenal. So he's added a Pegasus license level.
The AI is invading everything.
Yeah, so things are going to get a little more interesting from here on. So not only is he upping his tech, but he's adding some stuff that would be a little bit smarter when it comes down to it, and also he's making it easier for him to directly deal damage at a distance. But he's got that Horus influence now. He's starting to think differently about battle besides brute strength, and it's showing in his choices. But largely, he's kept to himself for most of it. Occasionally, talking to people when they're around and there's downtime. But he knows that people have to take care of stuff before they leave if everybody chooses to go. So that's what Al's been doing.
Okay, that's fair enough. Parker, did you also pick up Horus tech? Because if you did, what is up with this team?
No.
We recognize the superiority of the AI gods. I don't know what you want from us.
Wow, that is.
I just like Hunter Lock, y'all.
That is a very not humanity forward philosophy going on this team. I don't know what to say about
Well,
that one.
look at how much the humans are screwing things up.
Honestly,
Wow.
yeah, like humanity is kind of bullshit in this universe.
Wow.
It's like,
Wow, guys. Wow. Come on now. Also, in this universe,
also the Albatross has been slightly upgraded, and it's now called the NET version, the Albatross NET, which stands for Never Ending Tango version, and you can do with that what you will.
I'm gonna not rename anything, and I'm just gonna leave it at that.
in my, for the first time, I went outside of Horus. Okay, in my defense.
I stayed in Horse. I'm double Horse.
I really wanted the ability that Duskwing had, the strike attack. Which honestly sounds like Lovecraftian horror enough to be Horus. So
Is that the
Barrett
metric by what we're judging the mechs now? How Lovecraftian they are? Because like, if that's the metric, that's kind of a messed up metric.
no, listen to the compendium entry for the neurospike, okay? Somehow
Yeah.
it got inside my cockpit. There were hands, cold hands around my neck, fingers in my mouth, warming under my hard suit. No one else could have been in there with me, and yet someone was. I couldn't even scream. It held my tongue in the first and squeezed, and it whispered its name to me. It said nothing I could understand. I've never felt more alone. It was just me and it, alone in the universe forever.
That's what Harker was using the last fight.
You had me at
Terrifying.
hard suit.
Listen, again, if the metric for what we're putting on our mechs is how Lovecraftian it is, that's a little messed up, honestly.
I mean, that's kind of been Cat's metric this entire time, though.
I'm kind of going for Greek. I got Prometheus stuff and all sorts of crap.
I mean, like, think about it. Like, Kat's got her into the duat where she reaches into the abyss and the gates to the abyss. And
So what you're saying is this really should have been a Call of Cthulhu game.
but we'd be on the side of the old gods.
Yeah. Cultist for the win.
Yeah. Well, like as an aside, like you get mad when I make you fight stuff in this setting. If I made you fight stuff in Call of Cthulhu, like that would be bad. That is a game system where you don't fight stuff, you run for your damn life.
Well, I mean, we're very good at running. So
Speak for yourself.
no, I mean, like, we try to, like, we exasperate our GM because we're like, no, this would be too obvious to get into a fight here. We're not gonna do it. He had to ambush us.
Yes.
Ambush us and lock us in by cutting off communication so we couldn't leave.
Yes. So Harker, what have you been doing the last couple days?
Probably drinking. No, he only really had like a few things to take care of if they were going to be leaving for a while. It wouldn't have taken very long to deal with it. So he probably had some time. He probably actually spent a lot of time looking at the contract because it's not really what he saw himself doing. Uh, basically getting in bed with corporate types.
Getting in bed
But
with everyone else, yes, but not.
exactly.
He's
But
got standards.
his standards, yeah. So he's taking his time to actually think about it, but ultimately, he would go with the team. He's not really sure how he feels about Holland right now.
I do want to note that Kat would have likely approached Harper and talked about the whole thing with him because, like, she's being told that she's going to be basically the one in charge on the ship, essentially, except for like the actual captain, you know. And she would be like, I don't know fuck all about ships. And we're gonna like have a crew, but like I'm really gonna be depending on you to and your knowledge on that, because it's like ships are not my thing.
He'd probably be like, "What makes you think I know how to run a ship?"
She'd be like, just a guess.
I mean, I think ultimately he likes the team, so he's gonna go where the team goes, but he has reservations. But he doesn't really have. I mean, he's not been on planet for a super long amount of time, so he doesn't really have much like to take care of. He's definitely more of a drifter anyway. So he would just basically have to retrieve a couple bags from his old place, and he'd be good to go.
I
You
feel
know
like
that, like, as soon as you said that, I was like, it's Hive, bring a sword.
I feel like if anything, Harker's just sad that the first ship he gets on, since his last ship, is not his own. Like it's like I'm sort of in
Yeah,
charge of this, but it's not mine, and I don't like it.
he doesn't get to be the pilot. He'd prefer to be the pilot, but he'll make do.
You never know what will happen.
I mean, if you say it like that, it makes it almost sound like you're going to like throw out the old pilot and just be like, "This is the pilot
No,
now."
I'm just saying. Come on, in sci-fi situations, have pilots of ship never ended up gone, and then no one knows how to pilot the damn ship?
I mean, that only happens on shuttlecraft on away missions. That's never on the ship, except for in movies.
Yes, you can't differentiate. Like there's always stuff happening to the crew, or like a virus gets uploaded while everyone else is on an away mission, and then they come back and the crew's all dead or zombified or whatever.
You know, or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like, it happens.
But okay. I'm assuming Romy is already bags packed, sitting at the hangar, just like, come on, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Yeah, she's kind of similar. She's a drifter, so she doesn't have a lot to take care of. But she did get +2 and get a hold of something, so she's been running around getting a hold of a lot of somethings. That's basically been her.
Well, that didn't sound wrong at all.
She's like, yes, this is
Listen,
fun.
what you do in your personal downtime is your own business.
She has all the somethings now.
Okay then. So, yeah, you guys have gotten your affairs in order, as it were, and surprisingly, Barnett isn't there to take your contracts. He's sort of got his own other things that he's got to do, which you suspect largely has to deal with, you know, the administration kind of getting a little bit more hands-on about how they're managing the affairs on Way Farm. So when you go to sign and turn in your contracts, you're just greeted by his secretary, who just sort of politely just acknowledges and like, okay, it was sort of expected that you guys were going to sign, so this is really more of a formality than anything else. I'm sure you guys kind of feel the same way too. Like, it doesn't really make sense for you to not sign it at this point. If nothing else, for the fact that you're getting paid a whole heck of a lot more. And ultimately, all of you were kind of just looking for a job, and this is a pretty well paying one.
Yes.
So,
Right.
yeah. Once you sign off, you guys are given basically the assignment. And as you make your way to the hangar, you guys get an opportunity to go through and sort of review the ship that you're being assigned to, right? You are being assigned. So it's designated as a carrier ship. Although the way Holland handles the designation carrier ship is not the same way like you would conventionally consider like a fighter carrier. But their designation of carrier ship is specifically it's a Lancer like deployment. That is what they consider their fighter craft. So they're not like, you know, ships that they're hauling around. They're hauling around mechs. If you are familiar vaguely with like Gundam, like the the white base from the original Gundam would be designated as a carrier, the way Holland designates their ships. So your ship is the Elysium.
Sorry, might have cut there for a second. What'd you say? The last sentence?
The ship is called the Elysium.
Oh, okay, cool.
It is a carrier class ship, so it is designed to haul Lancer battalions into battle. captain. So they do not use like naval terminology like captain, even though he's the captain of a ship, right? Like that it's a corporate organization, so that's not really, you know, how that functions. As sort of like a it's sort of a tribute to the like the origins of like ship captains. He is still referred to as captain, but he does not have captain as like an official uh title, right? Like people refer to him as captain just as sort of as a formality, but that is not actually his designation. Um he doesn't actually have like a functioning title, like he's not an administrator or anything, right? Like he's just like they treat ships as offices, so he's just like
the office manager.
yeah, right? Like it they don't he's just the guy in charge of the ship. So he'd be like the administrator on the ship, but it's not like administrator, like he's a divisional leader effectively.
Is Remy
Um,
hearing this because she would be disappointed if the ship was just an office?
This is like the brief. So like some of this you know, some of this you don't know. Like some of these things like you don't know, but you're reading. Some of these are sort of like inferred. Like he's not listed as captain. Like when you see the brief, it includes like the name of the crew, pertinent information of like who's relevant to like the running of the ship. Um, he's not listed as captain. He's just listed as officer in charge.
Regional manager.
I mean, that would be the equivalent, right? Like, um. Anyways, so his name is just Henry Parker, and that is what's listed at the top. It's just listed as officer in charge, Henry Parker. There's a few other people in there, like navigations are just called navigations. You know, there's like a flight crew, a flight deck. There's engineers and so on and so forth, like head engineer. So Henry Parker is just simply listed as officer in charge, Henry Parker. When you get to the hangar where you're sort of being shuttled to the ship, because it's in orbit, they're not gonna land the ship just for you guys to get on. You're greeted by a fairly young-looking pilot. His name is Keith Coley, and he introduced himself as the the title he uses is pilot in training, and he's sort of the understudy to the navigation officer on the ship. And the whole way up, he's just basically talking about how it's real cool that you guys came in the way that you did. He's never heard of it before. Very impressive. He's read your file. He's basically gushing about how how cool you guys are. And he's looking up to you like, oh man, I wish I could be as cool as you guys one day. Like
Remy gives him her autograph.
He's basically just like, oh man, one day I'm gonna pilot the ship, but like I want to be like as cool as you guys. I want to be as important as you guys are. It should be noted that the bulk of you do not have titles, right? The only person who officially has a title is the flight commander, who is well, you know who your flight commander is. She is she's in charge of the ship other than Henry Parker. Kat is sort of in terms of ranking, she is actually above Parker in terms like if you were to put everybody inside of one like grounded headquarters, like if everyone was working on Wayfar, Henry Parker would actually technically report to Kat. But as he's in charge of the ship, his decision does supersede hers, largely because he is trained specifically for management of the ship.
Which makes sense.
So, arguably, you could pull rank and try to like order him to do things, but it is in his purview to just be like, no. Like, if you issue him an order that he thinks jeopardizes the ship and the safety of the crew on it, he's allowed to just tell you no. But generally speaking, you are in charge. So when you guys make your way back onto the ship, or well, not back onto, but like onto the ship for the first time, you are greeted by Henry Parker, who is a middle-aged man. He's pretty well put together. You know, he's got his hair like slicked up. He is in. You recognize it as Holland colors, but you don't recognize a uniform. And you do notice that no one else on the ship is wearing a uniform. Like everyone's just kind of like office casual, as it were, right? Like they're dressed nicely, but it's clear that there isn't a uniform expectation on the Elysium. But Parker, however, is dressed in what you're assuming is probably Holland's like, I want to say Space Forces uniform, like their space operations, like dress down uniform. Parker kind of greets you with a smile, and extends a hand to offer each of you a handshake. You can take it if you wish. If not, he won't be offended. And he just kind of politely, but you kind of realize it's sort of more of a gesture than anything, asks you how was your flight. Considering it was only a couple minutes, it's not really. It's really more of a like formality and kind of a joke, but he is polite and just like, so how was your flight up?
So Al pipes in here and goes, short. He extends his hand.
He shakes Al's hand and goes, to be expected.
Al doesn't do the normal trick. He just kind of releases the guy's hand and sort of looks at the others to see what they do.
Yeah, Kat would offer a hand. Like she's just letting Al speak for now. She's like, nah, I'm fine with that.
So as he takes Kat's hand, he gives her a shake, and he gives her like a polite nod, and he goes, "Flight commander."
She would just be like, and then she would just like nod politely back because she's completely like not used to that at all. So
Just call me Kat. Flight commander's my mom. Like that.
I mean, Slice is kind of the closest thing to a mom she has, which I don't think she would call like that.
Yeah, I don't think you want to give Slice that level of authority on the ship.
She'll just take it.
Yeah, right.
She'll take it, but do you really want to give it to her without question?
No, like you don't have to give Slice anything. She just takes it. So you never give Slice anything.
Do you want this? I already have it.
It's like, well, nice of you to offer, but I already took it, so yeah, I guess.
Just more like, oh well, that makes it official.
Eh. Either of the other two want to shake the man's hand, or are you just gonna?
Everyone shake his hand.
Eh.
Nice, solid handshake. Just kind of introduce himself.
Yeah, Remy does it, and she holds up her ID.
He kind of gives it a glance over. He's like, "Yes." I read the report on you.
And she says, I expect all is in order.
Yes. He just sort of has a look on his face. It's a look that Romy has seen many times before.
She likes it when her reputation precedes her.
Yes. That's how we'll refer to that. Yes.
Yeah, Kat's gonna be like absolutely looking around the room as this happens, like looking around the ship, like not actually leaving the area, but and she's gonna be like, "Don't mind her, she's insane."
He kind of nods and goes, "Yes, I've read the report." He kind of steps and gestures and would you like to see the bridge or your rooms first?
Harker says bridge almost immediately.
Al nods in agreement.
Kat just kind of gives this gesture, like that's what they said.
Romy's heading for the door. Where it says bridge, there's a
Oh,
sign
okay, I was
there.
gonna say like to leave.
Like yeah, like I wasn't. I
Okay,
wasn't.
I guess this is over. I'm going home now.
I wasn't entirely sure where you're going. Like, were you gonna get back onto the shuttle? Like, I wasn't. I wasn't
Nice to
sure
meet
where we
you.
were going on that one.
Romeo starts heading back to the shuttle. Al just turns her around.
It's like no, not
Or
that
just like,
way.
no. She can have the shuttle as her quarters. Just then we can close it off and.
Oh, that would be
resign her.
amazing. She wants to live in the shuttle. The
Unfortunately,
flight commander said she could do it.
How do you know there's an incoming attack? The shuttle has left.
Didn't somebody do that in Firefly? Somebody lived in the shuttle.
Nara.
yes.
Yep.
She would totally do that.
I mean that instills a whole lot of confidence from your team. Absolutely.
There's
100%.
no actual way that's happening.
Oh no, like Kat would have the fuel drained from the shuttle. It would just be attached to the ship. But that way she can seal off the doors.
I mean that would solve the problem. I mean, it's like if we don't want to
Make sure
hear
it's
from
airtight.
Romy, we just hit the button and we launch the shuttle. Whether or not she knows how to fly it is irrelevant, right? Like, I mean,
You're safe now, Remy.
Hey, she's spaceborne. She knows her way around the shuttle.
does she know her way around every shuttle?
Every shuttle.
That's like saying I was born on Earth, so I know how to do a stick drive, and I do not.
Well, if it's a stick shuttle, she's screwed, but automatic, she's good.
Don't worry, guys. I was born and raised in an RV, so I know how to drive every vehicle ever made that will ever be made.
Pretty much.
I'd argue that an RV is like a universal vehicle, though, because they're always like the most complicated.
Yeah, you have to have a special license for that. I'm sure there's a wheel and a pedal. The rest is just...
There's buttons. If you push all of the buttons, one of them's going to do what I want to do, right?
Yep, don't hit the red one until it's the last one to hit.
Through process of elimination, I figure out what every button does, and I write it down, and then I remember for later. It's fine. Perfect plan, no problems.
I thought it said lunch, not launch.
Where's my any key?
The dreaded any key.
Yeah, I know. That thing gets you every time.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, so you guys make your way up to the bridge. The hallways are laid out pretty logically. You don't have any problems figuring out where things are. how to get around. They do note that there are actually labels every so often that will help you get coordinated with like deck placement. So pretty much it's no issue for you guys to get wherever the heck you need to go, right? Like it's not difficult to be like, I want to go to the bridge, I want to go to engineering, anything like that. So he leads you up to the bridge, and you are greeted. Let me pull you over with this.
Ooh.
Nice.
Parker lets out a low whistle.
Remy wants to look out the window.
Al is silent, but his eyes go wide, and he's just like, okay. And kind of the gravity of the situation. Are we orbiting at this point? Right? Because we
Yes.
came off a shuttle. Yeah.
Yep.
So he's ever seen windows that big, so I think his first reaction is just like, ha. And then he's like, okay. And he's just kind of still.
It's like, oh, that's space outside. Directly outside.
Yep.
What happens if one of those windows breaks?
I would assume that in the far future of Lancer, these are just big view screens, but
I mean,
no.
do you ask that?
I think Al would just kind of instinctively ask, "Are those just windows?"
The captain. We'll refer to him as captain, even though that's not actually his title. But Parker laughs. And he goes, "No, that would be suicidal. Who would put windows on the bridge?"
What about the sunlight?
The migrating sunlight, which always faces towards Earth's sun.
Because the sunlight seems kind of weird to put a screen up for.
He looks at you and goes, "No, those are displays. They're panoramic displays. They show currently what's on the outside of the hull."
Look at that giant ocean on that map. How did we miss that ocean? We could have been living by that.
That's the haze.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't think that's an ocean.
No, there's a map off to the left, and that's... I guess it could still be haze.
But
Just acid.
Worm acid.
yes, what kind of insane person puts a giant window on their bridge? What is this trick?
Screens? No way,
Remy-
they have windows.
Yeah,
Remy
they
looks
have
a little
windows.
hurt by that,
It's
because
the
they had
dumbest.
lots of windows.
It is the dumbest thing in Star Trek that they just put the bridge dead center of the bullseye, and there's windows all around the. It's just like, why? Why would you do this?
It's really thin, at least.
Warships. Well, at least not later on. But even
No.
the warships had that
No,
bullshit.
yeah, even the warships had it. It's just like, I don't understand. And they're like, oh, well, see, when we go in the battle, we have a battle bridge where you go down into the hull. It's like, okay, well, why weren't you always in that?
Yeah. Like, how are you gonna think that a turbo lift is gonna still be functional after the first time you're hit with a torpedo, numbnuts? Anyways.
Anyways, yes. But yes, no, he kind of chuckles and he's just like, oh, no, those view screens. They just project the exterior of the ship.
Al visibly relaxes.
I would pull up a picture of the ship because I actually got a model of the ship. The problem is the software that generates the model generates it in a weird ass format that no one uses anymore. So instead, you will get an uncolored picture rendering that I never got around to coloring what the ship looks like, because I can't get the stupid 3D model to render because I hate Blender. Blender is terrible and I hate it. The interface is awful and I hate everything about it. Also, if you're from the Blender Foundation and you hear me saying this, fight me. Your software is terrible. I hate your camera system. Your render window is garbage.
Yeah,
Fight
Blender
me.
sucks. I've tried using it so many times, it's horrible.
Well, time to email Blender back. It's they don't do our sponsorship.
Yeah, no sponsorship from Blender anymore.
Fight me. This is vaguely
Wow.
what the ship looks like.
Impressive.
See those little black marked pylons on the two sides and the side, like the front prow of the ship?
Yeah, those are big windows.
No. Each of those is a hangar.
Okay. And for a sense of scale, how much can fit in one hangar?
So each hangar module, right, is a full mech bay. So
Okay.
that's
How
like
many mechs?
so your mech, right, is on the large side. It can serve about 10 of your mechs per module.
Nice. Size 30. We'll just call it size 30.
So this is a big ship.
I mean,
This
those
is
are
a
big guns.
This is a big ship meant for war. Right?
What are
Like,
the blobs?
those are color palette markers that I had set because I was going to color it. But then I was like, I'll just render it. And then I tried it on Blender and Blender was like, no, you can't do that. I was like, oh, cool. Okay. Okay, cool, thanks. So yeah, that was your ship. So you do get a sense of scale, like this is a big bridge, and you sort of realize, oh, this is a really big ship.
Nice.
Chris probably
Um,
walking around, looking at all the consoles and testing out the different specs.
So each of the consoles actually ties into various systems on the ship. You do notice that on the left of the image, right, like the image of the bridge, right, there's that row of panels. Each of those actually is launch controls, like their wing commander like stations. So the people at those stations are specifically in charge of like managing and sort of communicating with the flights of Lancer like suits that are deployed. So each of you guys will actually have your own designated like wing commander for like connecting with the ship, sort of keeping you apprised of like what's going on, where the other like lancers around you, and everything going on, like all of that. You kind of get the sense that ideally, in most situations, you won't be using the full disposal of this ship like as a regular. It would just be grossly like expensive to just launch every single lancer to do a mission. But you do have the full complement of the ship at your ready.
Now that we have that loophole closed, we can't just use the guns on the top of the ship to do all our missions.
I mean,
Done.
you can fire them if your solution is to just annihilate the thing that you're pointed at. Yes, you can do that.
Do not
So
give Romy the launch codes.
it is great for ship versus ship combat. You suspect that most of your missions aren't going to be ship versus ship combat, otherwise they wouldn't have put you on a carrier. Just saying.
You did just say most, so there you go. All right, maybe one day.
Oh, absolutely. This ship has specs, and it will be suitable for ship versus ship combat.
Should that day ever arise, wink.
Yeah. And then the panels on the right, those are just all like various engineering, life support, damage report, sensors, communications. Front and center, which I'm sure is catching Harker's eye, is the wonderful navigational display, which, as you can see, there is a nice front and center seat for the pilot. And there's a couple of side seats for the pilots in training, which you recognize. One of the pilots in training is Keith Coley, who's just finally catching up and taking his seat back down at the basically the like the driver's ed seat.
Do we have a sign on the top of that pops out of the top of the ship when he's driving? Student driver.
No, but like basically that's what his seat is. It's just like it's a more restrained like navigational chair. I'm sure Harker would love to get behind the console for the main nav chair.
Extra seat belts. Since
I
it's more
mean,
restrained.
is he being invited to? Is that what's going on here?
No, the pilot is very much still in his seat and paying more attention to the terminal than he is to you standing next to him.
So he'll probably start asking a bunch of questions about how fast you can go and what her specifications are.
Sure, he provides all that information. It is it's a sublight craft. So, in Lancer, there is no such thing as FTL travel, per se, right? Like they don't. There's no such thing as warp. That's what the gates are for. They bend space. That said, there are some things that the ship can do that would defy conventional modern science, because we are in the far future where weird super AI can open dimensional rifts on a whim and just appear anywhere. This ship is very fast. It'll get you where you need to go in a reasonable time, and you don't have to worry too much about long cryo freezes for extended jumps. In fact, if you get to the gate, that 6-month trip that you took last time to get to the gate, they can cut that time in half. So there is, the occasional cryo sleep here and there, but like within system, they can get you around pretty well.
So Al at this point is just kind of looking around. He has no idea what any of this stuff is. So he's pretty much just poking around, like not even really walking too far from where he is, just sticking close to the crew and just looking to see what he can see. Think of it like a child going to Times Square for the first time, just like, well, not right now, but like 10 years ago maybe, even just like 2 years ago. So
So you're not panicking over COVID. You're actually taking everything in and appreciating it.
yeah. Are we hanging out in the bridge? Are we gonna go to our quarters?
I don't know. Anyone else want to poke around?
Depends on if you can drag Harker off the bridge.
Romy's happy to start poking. I don't know what she would poke, though.
Considering every station has like an officer seated at it, it's real hard to poke without someone noticing. But assuming everybody wants to go to their rooms next.
Al's
I
down
mean,
with that. If everyone else
Cat's
is.
fine with that.
Yeah, so you talk to Henry Parker. Yeah, he does his little tour. And toward the end of it, he offers if you're ready to go see your rooms. For the most part, you guys agree. Romy kind of looks longingly at the many buttons, but gets dragged along anyway.
And heads off to the shuttle.
So you guys have led back down the corridors, further down in the ship, and you know, you wind your way through the ship. As I mentioned, it's a pretty big ship. There are a few like lifts. Lift is a strange term to use, obviously, because most of it's not up down per se, but like they're sort of motorized transport like shafts.
Human tubes.
Like they're like elevators, but they go sideways, right? Like they're built for traversing the length of the ship. So you get in a couple. Eventually, you are led down to the crew section of the ship, which is sort of like toward the middle of the ship to kind of protect people who are off duty. You do find that you guys are designated a section of the ship together. You do have independent rooms, but they are sort of like within the same stretch of hallway. And this is what your rooms look like.
Oh no, there's an incursion warning.
Yeah, ignore the
It doesn't know who we are yet.
ignore the artwork. It's pretty Spartan, right? Like, there's like a desk for use, a display.
Tons of room for my drum kit.
Off to the side, there's another side room with like bed, restroom. There is a shower facility. Every room does have its own. Not quite a replicator. It's like a food printer. There is a proper mess where like you want food that is not assembled as a luxury. But there is like a food printer effectively in each room. It'll basically make you anything that doesn't need to be super hot, doesn't need to be complicated, and drinks. So like crappy ration sandwich. The captain does a good job of trying to make it sound high tech and fancy, but also strongly pushes that, hey, we also have a mess where fresh meals are provided. You should try that sometime. Get a taste of home cooking. Really, it's great. You don't need to worry about the food printer. You just take a lift down the hall. It's great. You'll love it. Really. But yeah, so like
Does he
you
say it with the same amount of conviction that you just did?
Yes. Like for all intents and purposes, if you were like confined to quarters, you could survive, right? Like,
Right.
But it would not be a pleasant stay. These rooms are really built to be like comfortably compact, right? Like these are not. These are not built like Union military vessels, so they're sort of like extra comfort. Like the rooms are pretty large for a ship. But sort of as a trade-off for the fact that they take up extra footprint, like That's about the level of extra comfort that you're getting. Like, your room isn't in a box. Like, that's about the only comfort you're getting out of these rooms. Like, you could walk around your room. Yay. But these are your rooms. They're reasonably accommodating for what the ship is, right? Like, it's not a
Well,
luxury liner or anything like that.
I really liked my room until you started explaining what it was. No, I'm not so sure.
These rooms are largely more practical with a little bit of a, psychology says that if you made the room this big instead of this big, the probability of someone like getting claustrophobic basically becomes 0. So, yay.
Yeah, we mech riders are really bad about claustrophobic conditions.
I mean,
Mech riders.
you say that, right? But like, it's one thing to be in a mech for an operation and then getting out of it and doing something. It's another thing to be like locked in a box for a
With a
mission
drum kit.
and then come out of it to go stay inside another box. Like, psychologically speaking, that becomes taxing. So this room is big enough to feel spacious, but like, they're not paying the extra to make the room nice, right? Like, that's up to you. If you want to make the room nice, you can make the room nice. You can, put up some wall posters or wall scrolls, or like get a
Is
carpet
there
or
a
something.
VR setup so we can like immerse ourselves virtually somewhere else?
No, but I'm sure Kat will do something like that to her room.
Yeah, Kat can do that anyway using the hot light and such. So that's what she's doing for herself. She doesn't care what the room looks like.
Adele's just glad it's not a box.
It's like it's like that. I think it was the first episode of Witcher. We walk through and the whole thing's like a fantasy in the tower.
Yes.
That's what people are gonna like walk in the kitchen.
I mean, that's fair. You can do whatever you want to the room. It is your room to decorate and do whatever you want with. But like, I'm gonna be straight up. This room kind of sucks.
I
You know
mean, like,
that's that scene in Labyrinth before they get to the castle and then they're in the junkyard area? That's kind of what I'm going for with mine.
everything piled. I mean, like, it sucks, but you're talking to people who have like Kat's been mostly on the lower levels of that planet for a long time. So it's like hackers have the little dens that they don't. It's like it doesn't really matter to her what it looks like.
I mean, yeah, like, realistically, there's a bed, there's food, there's entertainment, there's space to walk
She can
around
set up
in,
terminals. She doesn't care.
and you have your own personal restroom. Like, in terms of like a large crude ship, this is very nice.
There's also a model on the ship on our little coffee table, which is nice.
But in terms of like, compared to how you might have been living on Wayfar, this is not as nice, right? Like, even your hangar, even your hangar base, like back on Holland, like, is much nicer by comparison to this.
Apparently, I was picturing that way worse than it was.
See,
Yeah, it was kind of like a cozy four-way apartment thing.
do we still have like a shared common area, or are we all in just totally separate rooms now?
You are all in separate rooms, but you are all like sort of in the same like housing block, as it were. So you guys are effectively all neighbors.
Okay. We don't have connected rooms, though, right?
No.
Good. Listen, that way we don't have to fight over who has to live next to Romy. That's all I'm saying.
Are the walls soundproofed?
Yes.
God, I hope so.
Because Remy gets loud when she's playing her first-person shooters.
Kat pulls ranking, chooses the room farthest from Romy. Like, that's her only caveat. She's like, whatever's the farthest room from which room?
I mean, you can arrange yourself however you want. This whole area is just habitation, so like, there's plenty of rooms.
Remy calls the
This-
middle room.
It should be noted, right? Like, this ship is designed to house a full crew complement plus full hangar complement plus support crew as a full-time rotation.
So we
They're
can
not
claim extra rooms.
they are not fully staffed, right? Like they have enough crew to do a full rotation of the ship crew, a full rotation of the support staff, but they do not have a full hangar complement. Therefore, like they're not housing like 300 mechs on the ship right now. Like that is not like this is not a full wartime assignment on the ship. There's maybe like 30 other mechs besides you guys, which in of itself does require additional crew, but like obviously for another couple hundred mechs they would have more rooms set up for more like engineers and more staff that are just not there. So like for the most part this housing habitat is like barely populated. You guys can be wherever you want on it. You could be next to each other, you could be down the hallway from each other, you could be on the other side of the entire habitat from each other. Doesn't matter.
I mean, for the purposes of, everything, Al's going to be relatively close to Cat.
We just all wait for Romy to pick a room. And then we pick farthest rooms in a cluster.
Then you can set up sensor beacons along the way. They're like, oh, she's approaching. Hide.
Everyone lock your doors, click. Alright, so you guys settle down into your rooms. The captain is relatively polite. Make sure that you guys are settled in. And you just sort of like, well, if that'll be all, I'll be returning to the bridge. If you need me for anything, find me. For now, just settle in. It'll be another few hours until all of your mechs and supplies are transferred up to the ship. Until then, you are free to go wherever you please.
Al nods. Waves him goodbye. Unless
And
others are
nods.
speaking to him.
No. Anyone else
No.
have anything to say to him?
No, Hacker's exploring his options.
Yeah. Cat just gives him like a sort of friendly nod, just like I'm not gonna harass the guy too much. He just had to put up with Romy, so
He offers a polite nod and goes flight commander, and he leaves.
like as soon as he walks off, Cat just goes, "That is so weird."
Hacker
shrugs
chips
and
an
just goes-
imaginary hat. Cat and says, Flight Commander.
Al just shrugs and goes, "Eh,
Like
better a flight
everyone
commander than
else
a-"
on the team is like, you were already the flight commander for us anyway, so like I don't know, whatever.
She doesn't have a title.
I mean that's true. You didn't have a title before.
Yep.
She was the bitchy one everyone was scared to piss off. Like, it wasn't a title.
Al just pats her on the back and goes, "Oh, hey, at least now it's official."
I mean that's
It is
kind of like a
not
flight
official.
commander.
And Kat just kind of gives Haruka a look, and I was like, if you ever call me that when I have something I can throw at you, you have been warned.
Wow. Violent.
Well, I mean, it's Kat. Like, the first meeting, she threw something at him. I don't know what you expect.
Nothing. I'm just saying. Wow. Violent.
Gonna be a lot of throwing.
So Kat like kind of turns to kind of glance in the door to her room, and she's like, "Do you think we can like order furniture?"
Al shrugs, looks at the replicator, goes, "I don't think that thing can make it." So, I mean, do they have like
They would have
a
industrial
hardware store here?
fabricators, just because the hangar is a thing. So like it's impractical to have everything like space-wise. It's impractical to have everything like as whole parts, right? I think it
Right.
make more sense to have them printed on demand. So they do have industrial fabricators.
Can we
Right.
use that to make furniture?
In theory, yes.
Okay.
I mean, if we're making furniture, then let's go do that for the next couple of hours because Al's got some ideas. Let's go to the space IKEA.
I mean, because yeah, like they have like one seat in that room. That doesn't work.
Okay, it's like a 70s sunken into the floor love seat kind of thing.
Yeah, like
It's a seat
they
with a
can't even
desk.
have group meetings because someone would like it's like in a bad college dorm where like someone has to sit in like the um computer chair and then other people are sitting on like the beds, you know.
Yeah,
I
they had
mean,
a futon bed, but they had to fold it down so more people could sit on it, so nobody has back support.
there would be
Exactly.
a briefing room, right? Like for official meetings.
Yeah, but
But
since when does this team do
outside of
official?
those, I mean, when you sign the contract and you're now the flight commander,
No. But I mean, like when they're like debating among themselves. I mean, half the time it's been they came and catch him and crowded over her shoulder where she showed them things on the screen.
they haven't been into Cat's room very often, actually. You've
No,
mostly
a
just
couple times.
repurposed the briefing room that you had into the hangout and peer over Cat's shoulder room.
Well, that too.
Cat is kind of terrifying.
She did call them into her room like twice though,
Yeah,
because
but
she was like extra like paranoid about like what she was showing them. So she was just like, I don't.
right, but I think outside of that, it's not like people are just like barreling in. Well, maybe Romy, but you know.
It's she would not actually be mad at people knocking and like coming in. Like she doesn't have an issue with
I
that.
will note that the door stayed extra locked when Romy moved in.
Yes.
Yes. But that's because Romy would just come in without knocking if she could.
Remy has
Yeah.
manners
Since when?
since just I said it.
Oh, so only now. Okay.
Wow. Apparently that flight up to the ship did not go well for Romy. Did she hit her head? I don't.
Must have.
She's on her best behavior, which doesn't say much.
All right. Are we decking out our rooms, or does anyone else want to do anything else in particular? Side story time?
I mean, you're welcome to deck out your rooms however you want. That is a thing.
I mean, yeah, like no, the cat's totally gonna deck out her room because she's just like she has to make it. She needs at least like places to set her terminals and stuff like that, and have them a good eye level and not like everything be an illusion.
I mean, you know, you can make everything at a hard light.
You can, but
What I would do is I would request them to make those physical objects and then just like throw those out and make everything out of hard light anyways. So they
I
think
just I feel like she would have learned better than to make things out of hard light too often. Because she knows Slice.
I mean, what, you think it's like your mentor is judging you all the time or something? Like,
No, it's more like I think my mentor likes to pull pranks, and she would just make all the hard light disappear.
it's like, this is no longer hard light. As soon as you sit down, funk.
Yeah, you know she would. She'd just be like, nope.
But only you. It only reacts to you that way. So like, she sits down, and then you go to sit down and just like thunk right through it.
I don't know what to tell you. The couch is just fine. You sit on it. Whoops.
Yeah, so that's why like she would be like, and it goes back to like why she uses like regular makeup instead of using the collar thing to change her features or whatever. Because she's just like, no, technology, my business is screwing with technology. And if I can screw with it, someone else can screw with it. So there are some things she just goes with basic for.
So you guys spend some time making your way to basically the hangar area. Yep. Well, one of them, since there's a few of them. But you guys make your way to one of the sections of the ship. I don't know, arbitrarily pick one, doesn't really matter. They're all about equal distance anyway, right? Like, so, because that's sort of the whole point, right? Like, it's same distance to get to them from the center of the ship. And, you know, you're greeted by an engineer who kind of nods to Cat and is like, "Flight commander."
Doctor?
Doctor. Captain.
Admiral? Anyways.
Shepard.
I'm just gonna point out that Harker at some point would absolutely, if he figured out the 3D printing, print out a garlic press for Al and leave it in his room.
I mean, why don't you just request one?
Or he can do that.
I know
Saying.
what make him fit his pants. Behold, a garlic press.
It's like, hey, listen, guys, I need to requisition some resources temporarily. I need you to print me a crate full of garlic presses. I'll get you the
And
materials back, but I need about a crate of them. You know,
But also only one of those garlic graters that's actually a like a dish with like the spiky things on it, because that'd blow his mind. You know what I mean?
and it's just like, I need you to deliver them to this room, but don't deliver them in the crate. Just upturn the crate onto the floor, and then leave. And Al just walks into his room, and there's just like hundreds of garlic presses all scattered across his floor. You're just like, what on earth just happened here?
That is a broken man you've created.
I feel like in our team, a garlic press is outright a threat now. Like you send someone a garlic press when you're mad at them.
Harker just does it to mess around.
Like the Don sends his regards. Garlic press.
He's probably just gonna like throw in a lemon peel in there, just for fun.
God forbid that you throw in like
A zester.
And you're just like, what on earth is this thing? Escalate it further, you put a juicer in there.
Oh, Al knows what that is. It's for enemy eyeballs.
Oh god.
Or balls.
So yeah, you guys make your way down. One of the technicians like flight commander. And,
Harker is finding this vastly amusing.
I mean, I fully expect Harker to have it printed on a hat. So that he can tip the hat at Cat and as he tips it down, just point at it at his head. Just like Commander.
He's gonna get her a desk plate.
No, that'll just give us something to throw at him.
Dear Lord.
Yeah, so like the technician's just kind of looking at you and just like expecting some sort of response. Since, presumably you came down to ask something. Or are you just gonna stare awkwardly at the technician?
Oh no, like okay. Cat would just go like, we need to use the printer because we didn't bring any sort of necessary items for our rooms.
The technician nods. He's like, it happens. You'll have to fill out some forms, but shouldn't be any problem for you, Flight Commander.
Cat's just like, oh, you know what? I authorized Hawker to fill out those forms.
Harker's really trying not to snicker.
Yeah, nope, too late. He has officially been authorized to fill out the forms.
Technician kind of pauses, like, well, I mean, that's a little unusual. I don't know if that's okay. I can put in a call to HQ, I suppose, and get it verified if you'd like.
Or you could ask the flight commander.
Valid point, actually.
It's like the Romy's one valid point of the season.
I mean, you bring that up as a point, but like, that's not like a ship specific rule. That's like a Holland administration level kind of rule. That's like asking your boss, who is like, the sort of like task driven oriented like micromanagement guy. It's like, is it okay if we skip some steps?
I mean, who would you ask if communications were down?
But they're not.
They could be.
But they're not.
Okay, Cat will just kind of give like this heavy sigh and goes like, I will fill out the paperwork.
Very good. He kind of passes you like a handheld data pad. You can fill that out as we print out your work. What do you need?
Now, is Kat gonna have to order for all of us?
She's authorizing the use of materials for this job, basically. So you would basically pool your order together.
Okay. Al's gonna need a 4-foot by 8-foot table, as well as 4 1 1 6 scale models of of their mechs, as well as 26-sided dice.
Yeah, I
hold
was
them.
seriously going, are you creating a DM game?
It's a game within a game, motherfucker. No, but in all seriousness, he's gonna order a big hammock, and still those models of the mechs, articulate, of course.
I need to see a menu.
You don't get a menu.
Did Romy bring her drum set?
It's hidden in her mech because they tried to tell her she couldn't. So it's coming with her mech.
Oh, okay. Terrifying. Thank you.
There
I
isn't a
need
menu.
okay, just a second.
Yep.
So you
But there
guys can
isn't
plot stuff.
there isn't a menu per se, right? Like these are industrial fabricators. They can effectively make you from printable materials, any non. I don't even say non-organic, right? Because like they have fabrics and things, but like if you can print it or embroider it or like sew it, they can make it. So like there are some things that they can't quite do, but like they can get proximity of. Like they don't have like down feather, but like they can get you like a synthetic padding or something. That right? Like if it's printable, they can make it. You just order up whatever you want to decorate your room. Get yourself some blankets.
Yeah.
Better blankets.
Extra
Although,
pillows.
I mean, realistically, whatever blankets that they've made probably were made with the same process. So they're not going to be like super fine, like handmade, like 1,000 thread count, whatever. It's just going to be whatever they can print. It'll just be to the color specification that you want, to, you know, the density that you prefer for like a pillow, or like you want a carpet, they can make you a carpet. You want to put curtains up over your bed because you want some privacy? Sure, why not?
I mean, there's already the bed in the room, but Al's gonna requisition, if possible, another comfy chair, maybe a small card table type thing with 4 card table chairs. He assumes that for the most part they're going to be meeting in Cat's room because I'm sure there's going to be some weird shit going on in there. But game night or whatever, right?
So
So
you
there will be seating for everybody
you
in
order a
his room.
chair, and you are given some options actually because you don't specify. You are asked if you want hover or magnetic.
Well, that's
Al
obvious.
looks Al looks through the person for a second and then just goes, What's the difference?"
The technician kind of goes, well, hover would be fixed when it's not being used, so you stow it away. Usually they would collapse and be like, a compact cube or something. And then when you wish to use them as seating, you would activate them. You'd have to keep them charged, but it would be a hover chair. It would be levitating. Um, Magnetic would generally be a fixed position, and it secures to the deck plating magnetically. They kind
Or
of
the
go.
walls.
They kind of go on to explain that generally you don't have free moving, unfixed furnishings in the event of failure to the gravity system. Sudden, you know, combat. You don't want things flying around the room. So
Being crushed by a desk.
yeah, like generally things would be magnetically fixed or hover, and hover would be like they stow and they would be packed away somewhere, but like when you want them, they're free moving.
Combine the two and get maglev.
Wait, hold on. So how does hover stay fixed then?
When you turn it off, it collapses and you stow it somewhere.
Yeah, but if you're sitting in it, it just kind of like what, glides around?
Yes.
Yeah, Al orders 4 hover chairs because he's awesome. And
Okay.
and Mario Kart. Anyways,
I mean,
this is a
part
bit
of
tangent,
that
but
thought process leaks out into your conversation, and the technician does remind you that it is policy that in the event of battle, and when you're not in your room, it's advised that you always stow your hover equipment to make sure that no damage is done to yourself or your quarters when it is unattended for whatever reason.
In the case of attack, all of your hover furniture turns into cubes and locks itself to the ceiling, whether
Al
you're
just
sitting on it or not.
Al nods and gives him a thumbs up and goes, "Don't worry, you can adjust the height on those things, right?"
Yes.
How high? Al says.
He kind of looks at you and goes, well, I mean, I suppose as high as you want it.
Oh God.
Al just goes, "All right, that's great." And the table, I assume you have options for the same, but I think I'll stick with magnetic if that's what the standard is.
Kind of looks at you and goes, well, I mean, I suppose we could build you a hover table. Generally, those are magnetically fixed.
Al just goes, "No, no need for the hover table. I like the idea of the hover chair, but I don't
Is
have
Al like
the
having bumper cars in his room?
No comment. Al just likes hover technology and thinks it's great that he could potentially roll around his room.
It's like, hey, do you have hover cups? Could I have some hover plates too?
I just find it hilarious that in, outer space, you have to invent hover things where it's really just like there's no gravity in space. You've already got gravity generation engines. Just turn off the gravity generation on these particular items. Bye.
That's not.
But
That's not
whatever.
how. That's not how gravity works. You don't.
Yeah, no,
You
it's
don't-
usually for a whole room. Like,
Yes.
if you don't want gravity either, you can have everything hovering.
It feels like you're channeling Romy a bit. I'm gonna have trouble outdoing this, I think.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not really sure what your thought process is on that. Gravity is like. It's not like it's just not how gravity works.
I thought this was Magic Space Future.
Gravity still has to obey certain laws, sir.
Yeah, you can dial it down though.
You can counteract gravity in a localized area. That's how
Yeah.
like things hover, but it's not you turn off the gravity on a thing arbitrarily.
Yeah,
The
it's like you don't like have a regular chair. You're just like, nope, this chair is not gonna have gravity anymore.
The room just has gravity in it. Period. And then you have to counteract that gravity by turning the gravity for the room off, or
So
for
you
the
can turn
section of
off the
ship
gravity.
off.
You can turn off the gravity in the room per se.
Correct. The room has gravity. You could be like, no gravity in the room, but you can't be
So what
like,
happens?
you
No,
can't
no, no.
be like gravity in room, but not gravity on desk. The desk has to counteract the gravity of the room.
So what happens if you have a hover chair and it's acting against, the resistance of gravity, and then you turn gravity off? Does the hover chair like freak out and slam into the ceiling?
I mean, yes, because it's now not having anything pull it down, so it just continue accelerating in the direction that it was.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm done with this. I'm done with this thread of thought. This is just me asking, by the way, not Al. All that crazy ass shit.
I'm just envisioning us losing gravity at some point and then hearing a loud thud of mouth.
We're like, God damn it.
And Al has died.
I kind of
That's
started
what-
off a little bit nonplussed with this furniture talk, but it's getting really exciting now.
So wait, so now there's actually a possibility that if the gravity does turn off arbitrarily, like because of an attack, if I'm sitting in a hover chair, I could have my brain smashed against the ceiling.
I mean,
I
theoretically.
don't think it would outright propel you. It would just.
No, because
would it go up?
It
It would accelerate at 9.81 meters per second per second.
It would be pushing away from down. So when gravity turns off, it would continue pushing away from down at a flat rate. So it would accelerate.
But then how does it know how high above the ground it is? right? If it has a height adjustment, wouldn't it stop at that height and just realize that it's using less power?
No, because it can compensate how it's accelerating itself.
We no
Right.
longer have gravity furniture.
I think, yeah, but I'm thinking like it wouldn't propel it in the sense of speed of like killing him.
No.
It would just keep drifting upwards.
You
and
would
have
be
to, like,
falling
crawl
into
out
the
of it.
ceiling, basically. So, you know,
So it's not like
would
it would like
hurt.
rocket me up there. It
Right.
would just be
You
like I've
fall
fallen
into the
8 feet.
ceiling. Yeah.
Okay.
You're like, it would fall you into the ceiling. It would hurt. It's not gonna like crush you against the ceiling.
Okay.
he's like maybe I shouldn't do this. I don't want Al to get death by
Oh no,
chair.
it's definitely happening. Al says, "I'd also like an order for 1 regular magnetic chair, please. Thank you."
It's not. It's like Al is setting up a conference room.
Al is setting up a conference room / secret smash enemies' heads against the ceiling room. But anyways,
So
I
if we get
digress.
attacked, lure them to your room.
Oh, absolutely. It's gonna be some shenanigans in there. I mean, I figured that would be the plan anyways, regardless of whether or not I had head smashy chairs.
I mean,
I'm
you
I'm
know,
done with my train of thought. The
Okay.
train is now back on the rails, hopefully.
so Al has ordered all sorts of nonsense.
I am serious about those mech models.
Okay. Then you have mech models.
And a wall shelf to display them on.
Okay.
Yep.
Magnetically fixed.
Of course.
Anything else?
Not a savage. No.
You don't want bedding? You don't want
It
special
looks like there's bedding in
toiletries?
there already.
He's like, there's a shelf that I can sleep on that has a semi bed.
There
It
is
looks like
a bed with sheets and a pillow.
Oh, Al
Would
needs
you-
like 4 more pillows.
Right. Like, do you want this is your chance to customize your room as you see fit. So far all you've asked for is 5 chairs, a desk, a shelf, and some models.
Yeah. The basic college apartment.
Okay.
No, but yeah, like 4 more pillows, medium firmness. If we're taking orders here. I guess you don't
I
need a mini
will
fridge.
I will make a note of this. I am not writing any of this down. This is you are customizing your room. This is your roleplay moment.
Yes, of course. But it could come into play later. So I'm going to write down 4 mag chairs. I'm
I
going to
thought
write
you got
all
4
this.
hover chairs and only 1 mag.
Oh yeah, 4 hover chairs.
Why did I keep track of that? Holy crap!
Someone
1
had to.
mag table.
Now we find out why Cat actually got the title.
4 mech models. 1 magnetic shelf. Make that actually 4 magnetic shelves because there could be other stuff eventually. Let's see, 4 medium firmness pillows, a duvet,
You want a
which he
magnetic
doesn't know.
ottoman while you're at it?
Yeah, actually, I think that'd be entertaining. Just 1.
Don't forget the cow print rug.
No rugs. Rugs weird Al out. He always thinks there's a trapdoor underneath him. Long story.
You'd have
Okay,
to check
Han
it every
Solo.
night before you went to bed.
Other than that, he's got a TV, a desk lamp, a coffee table. It looks like a tablet, a love seat. Looks like a can of Mountain Brew or some shit down there by the couch. Other than that, he also needs his own personal working terminal for self-study because he's going to continue going down the tech route at least for a little bit. He's going to try to work on that more. Is that something they can give him, like his own separate terminal, or does he have to work off what's in the room?
What, you mean like a handheld terminal device? Yeah, you can get one
Yeah.
of those.
Cool.
Like a tablet. You can get a tablet.
Yeah, as well as I don't think he's gonna order like soldering gear. I think that would just be like weird to be like, I'm gonna need all this shit that I can use to dismantle the ship. Thanks. Um,
Well, Romy's ordering that, so if you need
yeah,
anything, just let her know.
I figured. Uh, obviously shaving gear because he's got to remain hairless, as per character. And the basic, toiletries set, toothbrush, blah blah blah. That's all he needs for now.
I feel like the great part of that conversation is if you actually said that about the shaving gear, and then the next time you see that technician, Al has a beard. And the technician's just like, no, never mind. I don't want to ask.
If you listen, I had already considered giving Al a beard at some point in season 2, so it was a consideration. Now it's almost a certainty.
Spoilers.
He's just got a big
A
Logan
great
beard.
bushy beard. Sorry, what kind of beard did you say?
Logan beard Wolverine.
Oh no, it would be like he'd start out with like mutton chops, but just the mutton chops, like bald head, no eyebrows, mutton chops, which is horrifying.
Do a like Travis beard, complete with pink.
Anyways, let's get back on the rails here. That's all I need. That's all.
I feel
Oh,
like,
I want furniture on rails.
Oh dear lord, just track lighting all over the place.
It just moves all the time.
Step into Romy's room, it's like Hogwarts. Like, this room looks different every time. It never moves when anyone else is inside there, though. That's the creepy part.
Unless they blink.
Yeah.
So who's next?
I guess I could go next unless you're ready.
I was gonna say, I feel like there's a high standard being set here. I gotta put some.
Yeah, I know. Like it's like, what the hell?
I know I don't normally set high standards for much, but
You gotta put some thought into this.
Well, I'll let you think. So Romy's gonna go with the Cyberpunk Princess package in blue. And she wants it all magnetic, but we need to change out her floor panels so they are also magnetic with a polar opposite of all her furniture.
Yeah, that is beyond the scope of a furniture
Then-
requisition. That is a ship overhaul.
Okay, then she'll do it herself. Also need
that requisition
why is
form
there
does
banging
not cover
coming
that.
from Romy's room?
I need to requisition some tools with which I can do that myself with.
That is not covered by the requisite forms that the flight commander is filling out.
I will find it myself. Let's see. Go ahead and put in 2 orders of that for me. I want the magnet and the hover versions of everything.
Just a requisitions offer, getting more visibly terrified.
I did like the idea of the track lighting
Like
that's
this is
actually
what
on track.
Pat's gonna pipe in and go. Incidentally, just reject anything that she requests that could be used as a weapon.
I really like the track lighting on track's idea, and whatever they have is huge.
Kind of looks back at Kat in response and goes, "Isn't that everything?"
She's like, good point. You could just reject everything she's asking for.
Hey, my stuff's far less ridiculous so far.
And that's not saying much.
Is it? Because I feel
a
like
little
it
bit.
isn't. I feel like it really isn't. Since your first request was basically, I want to rip up the floors.
Well, then I've done my job. I do need a espresso machine, like a real one. I don't want any cyber espresso.
Okay, but here's the thing. Even if they print you a real espresso machine, what are you going
You don't
to
have a
put
put in it
in your espresso machine?
I will find some beans. Let's see what else.
Any beans will do.
I don't know what else I need. I do need like a bunch of tools and stuff, not just for ripping up the floor. And extra soundproofing would be good on the walls.
I mean, the rooms are already down.
Extra soundproofing, just in case.
Just in case of what?
And a soldering station. She definitely needs a soldering station.
Oh, they definitely do not requisition that one for you.
Yeah, no.
But she's got to fix her stuff.
Too bad.
She's going to find a soldering station somewhere. That's what I'll find my own, she tells him. And let's see. Yeah, I guess that's it. Unless you want to throw in the magnets that I need. Actually, no. 2 orders of magnetic and 1 order of the floating ones. And I'll just figure it out from there.
Okay. You get like none of that except for just the furniture items.
Okay. The 3 sets of furniture is fine.
Which is already ridiculous in of itself, but okay, yes. Genuinely frightening.
That's our team name.
Genuinely frightening. Let's go.
Oh, team, genuinely frightening.
Oh, and books. She needs some bookshelves full of books.
They don't have paper.
Well, they can just look like books. She just wants to look fancy.
I mean, it's not that they don't have paper, just they just don't use it. Because
Well, it's just really expensive.
Yeah.
Just like
Well-
actually, like you made a big deal about how his house with wood was really expensive.
Well,
Right,
print
like,
me
it's
out
just-
some bookshelves that look
It's
like
a
bookshelves.
luxury item. It's not a thing that you just have, right? Like,
With-
it's not like they don't have it. It's just you don't use it.
Well,
'cause
I know, but it's not
practical.
going to be printed off. Is what I'm
Print
saying.
me out some boxes that look like books, and I'll be happy to put on the shelves.
All these plastic books on a shelf.
They're not plastic. They look good. Maybe. Oh, and I do need like extra pillows too, and I want the cooling gel ones.
Okay. You get a big old stack of fake books and
Kat's
cold
just
pillows.
focusing really hard on the paperwork during all this because she's just like, I'm gonna throw this tablet at her if I don't just ignore this.
And obviously a computer, a desktop, 3 screens, lots of RGB.
I mean, the future where screens are projectable, so like.
I don't like
concept of,
projectable. I like
visible
old style
screen is-
screens. Can we get a GTX 3090 yet, or are they still hard to get?
Still hard to get.
Or I guess it's an RTX, sorry.
They don't exist in this future, just like in this timeline.
Waka waka.
And I want one of those blood-cooled systems for my computer. The ones that use plasma.
They certainly don't have that. I can hear your brain breaking with that sigh.
They had plasma TVs back in like 1990. They had to have plasma-cooled computers.
Well, I don't think you understand what plasma is or how it works. Also, hello,
Yeah.
Kage.
why I didn't need the summoning circle for my plasma TV.
How's it going, Kage? Also, who's next? Because I'm just gonna cut Romy off now. The technician is just done. They're just like, okay. They do not fulfill any of your requests involving
She'll
the
be back.
TV or the panels, or like just they're just like no.
Well, she'll be back later to talk more about what she needs.
Yeah. No.
I mean, once you can't figure out what you need until you get it in there and see it. You might need some extra stuff.
Well, I don't know what you're gonna see in your room because you're stuffing 3 sets of furniture into it. So like, you're not gonna see anything except the furniture.
2 of those sets aren't gonna last very long.
They're still gonna physically occupy space in the room.
Yeah, until she dismantles and puts them in some empty room that you told us there were a lot of.
But you have to get into those rooms.
We know she can get into stuff. Remember when she broke into that guy's office? That was a total success.
You seem to recall that a little differently than everybody else in this room does.
I mean, and your failure to get into either ship.
Well, I mean, can't be perfect.
You certainly can't. Yeah. I guess
Okay.
have fun taking apart chairs and tables.
And not being able to put stuff back together because you're not getting a soldering machine.
I have my soldering drone.
I mean, you run out of solder eventually.
Hawker, save us.
I mean, I feel like a lot of the smaller type items like tablets and things he already had with him, so he doesn't like need the travel accessories, so to speak. He would definitely put in an order for a king size bed, synthetic, whatever, as plush a mattress as is possible in synthetic land.
So the sizing of the bed is going to be a bit of an issue because there is just sort of the allotted space for a bed, right? Like that's the thing on the wall in the picture.
No, it's fine that you just crawl over the bed to get to the bathroom, so it's fine.
So basically, whatever fits the space as big as it can get.
It's
Sure.
basically, going all Sultan Arabic where the whole room looks like just like cushions of beds.
It's just like the room gonna get covered with like a wood veneer.
I mean, if that's possible.
And then just like big red curtains over everything.
A lot of extra pillows, nice armchair.
Like, I know you guys don't have gold, but do you have something that looks like gold? Can I gild everything with fake gold?
Full length mirror. Could they do like a safe? Would there be like you could put a safe in the room, like a small safe?
They can do a safe.
All right, he'll take a safe, a wardrobe, a heavy trunk, long sofa if it actually fits, or whatever would be the equivalent in the space. A set of shelves, and an old school music player of some kind, and a hot plate.
They can get you equivalencies of many of those things.
Yeah, be careful asking for old school stuff. They don't like computer screens, apparently.
I was thinking like a jukebox.
Ooh, can it be one that she has to hit to make it play?
Yeah, some sort of a music entertainment center Jukebox would be awesome. And a hot plate if you can get one.
So they can get you reasonable facsimiles of some of those things. Like music system's not hard. You can actually just pipe that into the electronic systems of the room. Like that's not really a thing that they print. Like that is just a thing that you can have access to.
Same.
Music box would be a device that plays music. It just looks like a music box. It is not an actual one. If you want an actual one, that's sort of a little more intricate than what their systems are designed to make. They could make it. It's just not something that's like designed and loaded in, right? Like that's not like a conventional thing. Like they are somewhat limited in terms of like what they can manufacture based on what's like available like as a pattern to them, right?
I think we need to fire everybody down here and hire some people who have an idea what aesthetic means.
This is a mech bay.
Instead
I
of just
mean,
saying, "Oh,
all I'm hearing is that Cat needs to hack it later.
you can pipe in music. You don't need a jukebox." It's like, no, it's a jukebox.
This is a mech bay. They're basic furniture things that they can modify that are loaded in.
There's going to be some changes on this ship.
Ain't gonna be very roomy.
What about a massaging armchair?
Yes, they could probably swing that for you.
Perfect. That works for him.
Romy needs to add a bidet to her
Doesn't need a
order.
lot of stuff.
Okay.
He'll come back later for the kitchen utensils.
Dear God.
Kitchen
Or he'll-
utensils
or
for the
he'll-
hot plate?
Or he'll just try to slip a note to the tech guy. No, a crate of kitchen utensils for Al's room.
Lord.
Just gonna scar him for life, I guess.
Like he isn't already.
Yeah. So most of that is fine. Like there's some concessions where they like can't quite do what you want, but they can get something close. Like the couch, they can sort of swing. Massage chair is not really a problem. The mirror they're not super good with. Just because it's a practicality issue, but like they can get you something that works like a mirror, like it's like a digital display type thing. It's not like
That
a
works.
proper mirror, but like,
It can look like a Mia.
yeah. Cute. You're
Not
having
like
fun with
that.
those redemptions, I see. That's a lot. But yeah, so like they can give you equivalencies of many of the things that you want, right? Like they're not quite what you want, but they function like what you need.
He's not picky.
Yeah, unlike some people, I guess. Yeah, like
Is Cat done with the paperwork now?
yeah, I mean, like you weren't filing paperwork per item, right? Like the paperwork was mostly just like a sign off, like
Right, but I didn't know how long it was, so
no, like it's mostly just like a review and sign. Like it probably like a minute or two tops if you're reading through it. Just you're authorizing the expenditure of resources for that order, certifying that
which
like
she's regretting.
yeah, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. On that note, what does Cat decking her room out?
Okay. Is it possible for her to get like a microwave or something? What's the equivalent?
We can make you a microwave, but it won't be a microwave. It'll be a
Well, I
panel.
don't care if it's like a, but something to heat up food that is quick and easy.
Yeah, they have
A neuro laser box.
They have like a microwave they can get you.
Yeah. So she wants like a microwave and some sort of icebox fridge type thing.
Sure. That's
because she's because if she actually goes to the mess, she's more likely to pick up stuff and take it back, and take enough back that she can also pick at it later, so she doesn't actually have to stop packing.
sure. There's like a fridge, like adjustable like cooling
Yeah.
fridge
And
freezer
then
/ hybrid thing.
the only thing she's going to be picking on is she does want a bed. It doesn't have to be a huge bed, but she wants a comfier bed with like comfier like covers and stuff like that.
So again,
but it's not huge. Like she just better than the thing.
Your options are like they can get you a better mattress, right? Like they could theoretically print you a new frame, but like you are strongly encouraged to just get a better mattress if that's a request that you'd like, and better bedding and sheeting and all that stuff, which is I assume you're okay with. Like, you don't want
sure.
physically a bed because like the room doesn't super accommodate a bed, right? Like that's not the degree of space that you have, but they can accommodate you a better mattress and like sheets and pillows to your specification.
Yeah. And she does want some comfier like chairs, just one or two. Just like more lounge, not actual lounge chairs, but like the more relaxing
Comfort seat.
chairs.
Yeah.
And she wants like one of those corner
magnetic
couches.
versus hover option.
Oh, she wants everything magnetic. Like she's not no.
Okay. And like a couch type thing.
Yeah, a corner couch. You know, one of those like if you think about like the smuggler ship in SOTOR, and they had that corner couch with like the little round table in front of it for
the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah.
Seats. Yeah.
Yes. She basically wants that, but like, you know, she doesn't even care what color, but obviously not run down.
Yeah.
And then she just
get some Millennium Falcon seats.
And she just wants some like various like surfaces that will serve as desks or tables where she like will need to put them, you know? And obviously like there'll be maglock. And that would include like shelves and stuff. And then yeah, that's pretty much it for her.
Sure, those are all reasonable requests.
It's like the one with the office title is doing totally reasonable requests. Like
it's like, huh? I'm starting to see why no one else got picked for the title.
Well, she figures she can make stuff look however she wants. She just needs the basis of things being comfortable and serviceable. So
yeah.
How much for an animatronic string quartet?
No. The answer to that is no.
Yeah.
That is
not
not
a
a
thing.
thing.
Go Five Nights at Freddy's on your ass, and you're gonna be off the team because you're dead.
Like, an animatronic president's hall.
Like again, this is the future, and technology has gone a long way, but someone still has to program the thing that it's making. You're telling the technician that you want them to print an animatronic band. No one has programmed that into a computer system. No one.
And the only one of the group who could is not going to do it.
Remy could figure it out.
Romy's going to make horrible Five Nights at Freddy's animatronics. Is what's going to come out of that machine.
Yeah, so that's the problem. Because she's gonna try, and then she's gonna get everybody on the ship killed.
No, because Kat would just hack them and shut them down after they killed Romy.
Yeah,
I think we found our Halloween special.
Romy's programming runs amok. Yay!
5 nights at Romy's.
I don't know if you could even last one night at Romy's.
Hey, Romy's managed, what, 28 years or so far?
Yeah, but how about the people that Romy has run into?
Around her, yeah.
Oh, she's not worried about that. Self-preservation.
Yeah, I feel like that's the problem. Just a little bit. A little bit of the problem. But yeah, so you guys have requisitioned everything that you need for your rooms. You are having way too much fun with those redemptions. Yeah. So you guys get your stuff. Obviously, it's not going to be ready right away, but it will be delivered to your rooms when they are, able to do so. So, what do you
As
guys
they
want to do
leave
next?
the room, as they leave, she just goes, "Thank you for putting up with idiocy." The idiocy going
Not a problem, Flight Commander.
on.
Now it's just a game of how long until somebody gets throttled.
I would like to point out that she has not told them to refer to her as anything other than that this entire time.
Oh yeah, because she doesn't know if she should.
Huh?
Because it's like she doesn't really know what to do with the title and the technical authority that comes with it. But she also knows if you flat out tell people to remove the authority, that can look bad.
It could.
So she's kind of like, she hates it, but also it might be best to have that reminder to all of the crew that she actually has a title.
This is Flight Commander Cat, and this is her favorite title on the Citadel.
Tell them to call you
On the Citadel.
FC. FCK.
I mean, not wrong.
So, now that you've got
So,
your
yeah.
furniture order in, what are you guys gonna do? You guys got a whole ship. You gotta wait for your stuff. You can go get food. You're just gonna pass the time. It's gonna go hang out in Cat's room.
I mean, is everybody going to go hang out in Cat's room?
Everyone except for Cat, probably. Her stuff's not in there yet. She don't care.
I mean, have they delivered our mechs yet, or?
No, like they said, that whole loading unloading process is be about an hour-ish or so. You guys have only spent like a small amount of time doing your
Really?
nonsense. So like that was maybe
You think they
like
didn't
15,
look at the
20
catalog for an hour?
Feels like it's been a month at least.
You think they didn't look? You think Romy didn't spend an hour alone trying to weasel her way out of
How do you
what she
think
wanted?
she found that princess set? She went through that catalog hard. She was
Again.
circling stuff.
It's not like they keep an itemized catalog.
Well, then what was she looking at?
That is the question, isn't it? That was like one of the first things I said.
What do you have there that's made out of paper? Is that an IKEA catalog from Old Earth? What the hell are you doing?
No wonder she wanted
Didn't they
computer
stop
screen.
making IKEA catalogs?
I think they still make them.
No, I think they just literally stopped.
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah, now you can do it in like augmented reality and crap.
Yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
1 month ago, IKEA to discontinue its 70-year-old printed catalog.
Paper is expensive.
Well, I guess it's an artifact now as well.
That's why I use the Sears catalog.
Do you guys have the bell bottoms still? from the Sears catalog from 1976. Anyways,
I'm waiting on my manufactured house as we
I
speak.
mean, I kind of wonder if Sears will exist this far in the future. Probably not.
they don't exist now.
Barely.
I mean, it'll be the big Sears comeback. We're gonna run into a company that's called Sears. And it's taken over like 3 planets.
No, that would be too on the nose. It'll be called Roebuck.
Thank you. Yes. Welcome to Planet Roebuck.
And they sell coffee.
And guitars. And that's it.
Coffee and guitars.
I used to be able to buy guitars at Sears.
Welcome to Robux.
could buy, like,
Would you like
everything
a
at
warranty
Sears.
with that?
You can buy a house at Sears, for God's sakes.
Yep.
Might we interest you in extended warranty? Good for as long
Oh.
as the company is still standing.
Like, it's weird because when you guys were just talking about Sears, I got a memory of the scent of the lower level of Sears where like the car stuff was.
Oil and rubber.
Yes, like it's a very like that was where all the gardening stuff was.
Where I learned how to drive
Inside of Sears?
at Sears. Yeah, they had like a driving school like at Sears.
I didn't think you were doing very well if you were driving inside of Sears.
Listen, they give you the little Power Wheels to drive around in.
Oh, it's like Safety Town.
Yeah. Yeah.
New Duckburg. It's a joke.
Just drive a mower around.
Mower.
Those are dangerous.
Yeah. That's why they're so great.
We're lucky that Wilmy didn't ask for one for her room.
Well, they certainly wouldn't provide that for a room, I'll tell you that much.
She has a mower drone.
If you have all
Okay.
these drones for things, what is the need for you to come to the furniture store?
Well, there are attachments for one drone. I can't use them all at the
Wait,
same
we're
time.
calling it the furniture store now?
That is what you guys treated it as, yes.
Can we call it Space Fantasy Costco?
No. It's Space Montgomery Ward.
Base Woolworths.
Oh god,
Space.
Woolworths.
Jacques Pinier.
The same company that owns Woolworths is still
So
afloat
what?
because of Foot Locker. But anyways, go on.
So instead of Harrods, it's Holland's.
Isn't Woolworths still pretty big in Australia?
Somewhere.
Yes.
Along with Aldi.
So after you've made your
Aldi
trip
is amazing.
down. Oh god, Aldi's. Oh.
Aldi's is amazing.
They're fine, John. Don't make that sound. You know they're
Oh.
amazing.
Listen,
They're amazing. They're the only place they're rotating stock, since you just have to get what they have. They have this amazing frozen mac and cheese lobster seafood.
It's so salty.
in Europe,
You're just whiny.
Aldi's might be good. In America, Aldi's is the poor man's Kmart. Is saying something since Kmart is the poor man's Walmart. You're
I'm
two
really
steps
disappointed
down.
with
You're
all
two
Aldi's
steps
is
down
like-
from a Walmart.
All Aldi's.
All
has
these is way
amazing-
better than Walmart.
I don't know about where you are, but where I am, Aldi's is like two
Like
steps
it
down
doesn't.
from
Okay,
a Walmart.
it's not impressive looking because it's basically like cardboard boxes on the floor, But the actual goods are.
It's like the Big Lots of grocery stores.
It's like the
Also-
actual goods and like their home brands.
I call
are
into question
amazing.
the trustworthiness of a company that doesn't even know when horse meat gets into their supply line. Okay,
Yeah, horse meat's okay.
listen,
Well, I mean,
I
I
don't
don't
have
get my
a
meat
problem.
At Aldi's.
I don't have a problem with horse meat if you want to advertise as a horse meat. But how do you not notice horse meat gets into your beef supply line? Like, where did you fuck up? Like, the problem with that is, right, like, horse can't be cheaper than beef. You had to be
Could've-
paying extra for that.
Okay,
So
but
how
I
did
would
you
like to
fuck that
note the
up?
horse meat scandal was actually European only. So like the place where you said that like Aldi's was better is where had the horse meat.
Same
And it
company
was a
still.
spotted horse.
I know, but
Not
I'm
the
just
same
saying, like it might be okay, and like, yeah, but that's where they had.
All I know is our Lidl sucks, and the Lidl back home was really nice, and it makes me
Oh, I
sad
haven't
that
been to
ours
the Lidl
sucks.
yet.
Aldi's is 2 steps down from Walmart to me. Walmart,
You-
then Kmart,
you-
then Aldi.
I know which Aldi you're talking about, and it's not as good as the other one that's around here. I forget where it is, like Clifton Park or something. That one's way better.
I don't like going even to the Walmart parking lot, much less inside.
Walmart parking lot's an amazing place. I'll tell you why.
You like to people watch?
In one evening, I got 2 of the most amazing interactions I've ever had. Not even interactions, more like observations.
Uh-huh.
As I was going into Walmart, unfortunately, there was a bedraggled woman leaving who was wearing like this old like Jerry Springer t-shirt, and I was like, yeah, that makes sense. And it just like stuck in my mind. And as I was
Okay.
leaving that Walmart for that same trip, I heard a noise of a gas engine just "Brrrp," and I looked to my right where the noise was coming from, and there are these hills around the parking lot, and there was just a guy on a dirt bike cresting the hill by the Walmart, and I'm like, this is amazing. Where else are you gonna get both of those in the same day?
Was he wearing a Maury shirt?
He was way far away, so I
So
couldn't.
he could have been. That would
Could
have
have been
made it
wearing
better.
a Maury.
See, I think it totally depends on the town and the Walmart because like our Walmarts are actually fairly nice.
Yeah, I like the one by your house, but the one by my house, not so much.
You're just like you have an irrational grudge against that Walmart.
I mean, it got looted, and I was in the middle of a whole
That's
loot
it's
zone.
close.
It endangered
Best
my
Buy
life.
got looted too. What point are you making?
Actually, that Walmart by my house is pretty cool because they were delivering stuff with drones a couple weeks ago. You had to go to a field like 100 feet from the Walmart to get your drone to drop off stuff, but they were still doing it.
That seems a little pointless.
Yeah, a little bit. And it could only carry like 2 onions and a carrot or something. It was pretty silly.
I mean, I feel like they're trying to compete with Amazon's drone delivery, but lack either the technology or the infrastructure to attempt it.
They seriously needed the drone to be inside of the drone pilot for it to...
I mean, I've been doing the pickup from Walmart since the pandemic began, and
Which is hit or miss, but it's a
it
nice
is hit or
service.
miss. They like several times they have given me food that is actually worth like $10 more than what I selected because they were out of what I
Yeah.
selected.
I will
So
say,
instead,
the pandemic has made my ability to get lunch for work really hard, and the Walmart that used to be 24 hours near me closes at 10. I'm just like, I hate you guys so much right now. My work doesn't start till 11. It's so annoying.
Box lunch.
Yeah, but see, that requires like foresight and planning, and like, come on.
The same things you need to run a campaign.
Yeah, you
Yep,
think
so
so, don't you?
that's what we did. We just went to Kat's room and started talking about 21st century archaic
grocery stores.
grocery stores. And we leveled up from that, I think, weirdly.
It's like, are they role playing? Like if we were role playing ancient Greeks, role playing ancient 21st century. Okay, but which shopping center do you choose?
What is it
Listen,
called?
you guys are just having a reading game of cards and coffee.
Offices and Bosses, that's what it's called.
No, see that you're working for a corporate overlord. That's not archaic enough.
Oh dear lord.
So yeah, I have no idea what we actually did.
Yeah, no.
Remy's playing with an
Every
Uber
time I
driver.
asked what you guys were doing, the conversation veered away from what you were doing.
I mean, let's go to the squash court and play some squash.
Okay, first of all, trying to find a squash court now is annoying. Trying to find one in the far future is probably going to be like next to impossible.
But that's like the premier game that everybody gets together to watch on January 20th. Squash.
Where?
I guess that's a Romy thing. Never mind.
Romy would know. End of
It was
conversation.
really big on her ship. The squash Olympics, they would call it.
The Squilympics.
Squilympics.
I hate you all.
Yeah, you're in charge of them now.
Yeah, way to show initiative.
You're their boss now.
Her favorite team were the Oshkosh Bisquashes.
I hate you. That was a
And
bad
you're in
joke.
charge of all of us.
No, I'm not. I'm just wrangling you. Like a weird cat wrangler. And just like real cats, attempting to actually wrangle you is impossible.
Yes. So, anyways,
I guess they can go to the mess hall. They can go get food.
Yeah, the captain did kind of super sell the mess hall, so we need to see what that's
Go
like.
see what the real deal is.
It's really great, you guys. Wink.
I'm getting the chimichangas. It's chimichanga day.
So the mess is kind of what you'd expect, right? Like it is just rows of pretty plain seating, tables and benches that are bolted down to the floor to keep them secure.
No magnets.
No magnets, because that's a creature comfort, and that is unnecessary for a main deck feature.
I like to know Kat is subtly kind of walking behind. Oh.
So people don't say hello.
Exactly.
Flight commander.
You can borrow my Perso collars. I know you don't like to use them, but
So
Oh man,
it
how
is...
much does Harper value his life?
I don't know. Probably not a lot.
Are they at the mess hall yet?
Yeah, so you step into the mess hall. It is sort of done up like a school cafeteria almost. Like there's tables and benches. There's a few smaller tables off to the side for just more private seating. Although they're all pretty closely packed together in the room. At the far end, there is the cafeteria lunch lady style counter with food and all that stuff. There's not too many people in the cafeteria right now. Maybe 12 people plus the cafeteria staff.
Okay, I guess Al heads towards a table that's kind of far away from everybody else.
do they have
Sure.
wait staff, or do we have to go stand in line?
It's
common...
like a cafeteria. So yes, you have to go get your own food. Not a restaurant, sir. Cafeteria.
Swedish meatballs.
What is on tap right now?
I don't want any food that's on tap.
I mean, that was kind of my thought too. It was like, ew.
I mean, I've heard of slop, but
We only have that slot from the Matrix here.
There are a couple of
Beige, pink, and yellow.
there are a couple of salads, just plain garden salads. The hot food offerings appears to be some sort of meatloaf. There's rice and pasta.
With horse meat in it, or
It's just
Probably
labeled
worm.
meatloaf.
I mean, like you were the one who kept bringing that up, so
It is just labeled meatloaf. There are sandwiches. They appear to be ham and cheese, some turkey. They're not anything super fancy, right? But like, it is bread and meat and cheese and some lettuce and tomato and some optional mayo and mustard.
Optional mayo.
Not everyone likes mayo on their sandwiches, man.
You made that mayo sound way worse than mayo should sound.
look, there's this whole debate about mayo that you don't understand. So just
Yeah, not everyone likes mayo.
Optional Mayo is a great name for an Aquabats cover band.
Yeah, so that's the main offerings. Then there's stuff like, fruit cups and yogurt and things like that.
What's the special?
I think you said meatloaf.
Yeah. Meatloaf.
Do we know the percentage of meat that they need to have in it to be able to call it meatloaf? Is that something that's in the documentation that we got when we boarded?
No.
What kind of meat?
No, that's what I was saying.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Because it could be worm meat for all we know.
This is why we don't have dogs on
You
Wayfar.
mean it's like worm meat from all the worms we killed? It just got sent directly up.
It is a blend of certifiably safe to eat, nutritious meat product sourced from a variety of worlds.
Taco
Mm.
Bell.
And when you say meat, is it M.E.A.T?
It is processed animal protein.
It's spelled somehow they spelled it with a K.
Yeah, you automatically know how to read it as meat, which is weird. Is this a self-serve thing, or do you have to ask for what you want?
There's like
I heard
counter
that as
staff.
soft serve.
Is it,
I
is it,
was just thinking meatloaf like ice cream for a moment. I was like, "Ew."
It is
Is it mechanically
basically a
separated meat?
cafeteria. Think of it like a cafeteria. You grab a tray, you walk down, you ask them what you want, they serve you up.
Al secures a table and marks it with whatever, I don't know. And then he just immediately doesn't
A
even
menacing look.
Yeah, he just like looks at everyone else and just
He
kind of like
walks over to the
why?
table, slams his hands down, and goes, "Mine," and then walks away.
Put the reserved for flight commander sign on our
Say
table.
Harker's getting way too many ideas from all this.
Al doesn't even question it. He immediately is like, I would like one of everything that has meat in it. Thank you.
I mean, basically, they just give you a big old hunk of meatloaf then.
And then he's like, and a fruit cup.
And the meat salad.
I mean, do you mean absolutely everything that has meat in it? Because they'll throw you a couple sandwiches too.
Yeah, he'll take like
I
a
mean,
couple.
he was saying everything, yeah. He
Alright,
didn't get a fridge for him.
He hasn't
That's
eaten
gonna
in
be
2
gross.
months. He's like a Neopet, starving.
I mean, you guys were just on planet. You haven't gone into
That was
cryofreeze yet.
kind of your fault if you didn't eat.
Yeah, like there was nothing stopping you from eating.
Al was so paranoid that he was just in shell shock for.
Can I have Earth food in my stomach in space? What'll happen?
Anyways, yeah, he gets stuff. He's listen. Ordering furniture takes it out of him.
They offer you a
Decorating.
selection of starches and vegetable if you are interested.
Ooh.
You
Oh yeah,
got,
he'll take
got
whatever
some
their
rice. You got
approximation
some pasta.
whatever they have that's like rice and like potatoes. Like whatever's closest to that.
Yeah, you actually get potatoes and rice.
Sweet.
Whoa.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah,
Pack it in, everybody.
yeah.
He waits at the end of the line for everyone else to finish, glancing at the table occasionally.
His
You
prison
see a couple
planet
of crewmen walk
claiming
over
your
and you
tables.
give them a death glare and they scurry away like rats.
I mean, yeah,
I mean, it's like, yeah, it's just a prison planet. Like, he's claimed that table.
he is immediately going into mess hall mode because he hasn't been in a mess hall like this in a while.
I don't know, anyone
Do
else
they have
getting
any,
food?
like, soups?
They do not currently have any soups.
Can't have, like, not have soups and have sandwiches. That's
Get the meatloaf and a glass of water, and you'll be good.
They do have beverages if you would like beverages.
That's not actually soup.
It is not. They have beverages though.
Just
That
get a
was
hot beverage and pretend.
Do they have dry cereal
Like, I
and
feel
milk?
like I'm in some weirdo world where, like,
They don't have
I
it
said
out, but they
soup,
could
and
get it
then
for
it's
you
like-
if you'd like.
They can't have soup because what if the gravity goes weird? It'd be all over
I
the
mean,
place.
like, the rest of the food would too. Like, that's not logic.
Soup would be in droplets.
They normally have a can. I mean, they normally have a lid over soups.
I mean,
The rest of the
also,
food.
I would like to point out that if gravity turns off, liquids actually just form a big old blob.
Yeah, like, it's not
Until
actually.
Romy hits them with her fist. And then they'd spray all over the place.
Again, they would still just
That's
form a big
not
old
how
blob.
they.
Liquids in space naturally just pull toward each other.
I would just like to recount how that conversation went, okay? I said, do they have soup?
We have drinks.
No.
You were
It
then
was-
like, you could just add water to meatloaf.
Oh, you could.
And then he followed up with, well, you can have beverages. And
Lemonade with meatloaf.
I don't understand how those things are connected.
We both cook. You should take our advice.
That's what's concerning me. You two are the chefs.
I said
Yeah, and
they
I
don't
know you
have
can make a
soup,
soup.
and then he said you could have meatloaf with water.
But then
Which is
you were
make the
like, but
soup.
you can
And
have
I was like-
beverages.
I was like, well, they do have
Like,
beverages.
you're just gonna add like soda to meatloaf, but it's gonna.
If you did that, I would suggest ginger ale.
I didn't say it was good plan. I just said that they do have beverages. That was all
Yeah,
I
he-
said.
he was-
there was
he was
no
just
context to that
basically-
whatsoever.
He was just saying that you could, in fact, do that.
It's like there is liquid, which is the same thing as soup, really.
There was no further context, just to acknowledge there are beverages.
Well, Romy wants a meatloaf sandwich.
You could get a meatloaf sandwich. They do have bread and they have meatloaf, so you can in
Yeah,
fact
she-
get it as a sandwich.
She wants a meatloaf sandwich and a vegetable medley brick.
I mean, they don't have vegetable medley, but they can offer you some.
Asparagus.
They can offer you some carrots, onions, and green beans.
I'll take onions and green beans,
Sure, you go with that.
and then a suicide to drink.
They
which
don't
is all
have
the
that.
staples. That's all the stuff mixed together. It's easy.
They don't have that. They don't do that.
I want every beverage mixed.
No. They look
One
at
of
you
each
like,
beverage, please.
okay. So you get coffee, you get a whole bunch of sodas, you get
And a-
lemonade, you get
and a
fruit
carrier.
punch, you get hot chocolate, you get hot tea. Actually, you get
Go on.
6 different types of hot tea. You
Nice.
get hot water. Um,
Frozen latte.
and then you just get all that, and I guess you just get a tray full of
Sunshine.
beverage.
Some form
Thank
of
you.
liquid meatloaf.
And one pudding.
They currently do not have pudding. They can offer you a nice fruit cup.
One Jello.
Do not have Jello. They offer you a nice fruit cup.
Carrot cake.
They don't have carrot cake. They
I
offer
am going
you
to hurt
a
you,
nice
and I
fruit
know where
cup.
you live.
Is it like that canned fruit with the weird cherries?
Yes, no cherries.
Okay. I'll take 3 fruit cups.
Okay. They hand you your really annoying looking 2 trays of food. Well, 1 tray of food and 1 tray of beverage.
I proceed to the trash can and start mixing my beverages.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the trash can?
Yeah, I have to dump the extra out.
Dear Lord.
Oh, well, that should keep me busy for like an hour.
Done.
No, still busy. That was a lot of drinks.
It really was.
Kat is just gonna ask for some pasta, and carrots and onions with it because she just got maximum. And she'll probably ask for 2 food cups because she's just gonna store them in the fridge for a snack.
Sure. You get yourself a modest meal. They don't refer to you as flight commander. They just smile politely and nod.
Yeah, well, they've been busy. They don't know.
And then when she leaves, I whisper, "That's the commander."
Even if they do, Cat doesn't hear it.
I can see Remy be like, what's his face? You call her flight commander instead of Dr. Jones. I think she's gonna take that on in case anybody never calls you that.
Nobody's gonna get hacked and not be able to leave her room.
She might do that to herself with all that furniture.
Well, Kat will make sure of it. It's not even mean because like there's the really bad food processing machine and a shower and a bathroom. Like it's fine.
Yeah. You could be locked in there for like weeks and it probably wouldn't bother you.
As long as the paychecks keep coming.
I mean, it might not because you stopped showing up for work technically.
Yeah, but all Kat has to do is hack an account and make it look like the numbers are going up.
So Hark, are you gonna get food?
He's been watching all these shenanigans go down, so he
There's a lot
gets
of that.
the fruit cup and a sandwich and some coffee.
I mean, Kat was saying.
Yeah.
Say I was relatively sane.
Remy tried to just get
He
one
wanted
drink.
all the meat.
Yeah.
Just
I
like
mean-
Wilmy wanted all the drinks. Like both of you have all the criteria.
Al's got to know what to not order next time.
I mean, judging by the fact that they were like, we don't have that right now, next time might have an entirely different menu.
Well, you can just order it all again.
I don't
The
think the
cycle
beverages are
continues.
gonna change.
Kat just like quietly like mutters to Hawker, "We are not coming to the mess hall with these 2 again."
He says, whatever you say, Flight Commander.
She accidentally steps on his foot.
Yeah, I saw that coming. You go back to your table. Y'all have your food. What's gonna go on as you eat? You gonna talk? You're just gonna sit and stare at each other in silence.
You guys remember Target?
Oh God.
Harker is people watching.
There's
So Cass just gonna go. So what do you guys all think?
I should have just stuck with the lemonade.
Al, having finished his food in 5 minutes, says, "Eh, it's a living. I mean, we haven't met everybody yet."
Are you one of the dinosaurs from the Flintstones? It's a living.
Al is by the way, as a character trait kind of change, Al is a bit more paranoid than usual. But it's not outwardly showing at this moment, but he does, kind of just say, I just hope we can trust everybody here. But he says it kind of low, so no one else can hear except for the folks at the table.
Remy tells him that she has her eye on that one lunch lady because she doesn't trust her at all, and agrees.
Al just kind of looks at Romy and goes, not exactly what I was thinking, but yeah, sure.
Al's
I mean,
like,
do we
I
know?
also don't trust lunch people. They're always up to something.
As he finishes his food without even a care in the world. He does actually come in to say, he's like, we don't know anybody on this ship, really, right? That we've met. So this is all new folks. We don't.
Except for Kevin or Keith or what's his name?
Which one are you asking
Carl?
about? Because
It's Keith,
There's Keith
the
Coley.
pilot fanboy.
Yeah,
Yeah, the student driver.
yeah,
Keith
it's good
Coley.
old Keith Coley.
The one who's eager to please.
A little bit too eager.
He must be up to something. Suspicious.
Kat just kind of gives both of them an odd look, and she's like, "You guys were both new to the planet anyway, and didn't know anybody."
Remy does the thing where she points to both of her eyes and she vaguely points in wherever Keith is in the ship, wherever she thinks he is.
Surprisingly, you're pointing generally toward the bridge, so good enough. Whether or not he's
Great.
still there, you have no idea, but surprisingly
It feels
generally toward
right.
the bridge.
She's satisfied.
Even Ando thinks you're being dumb. Like, Kat is just kind of confused by the whole, like, well, we don't know anyone attitudes, because she's just like, you guys were all new to the planet. Like, you didn't know anyone there either. What the heck? She's like, I was the one who actually had contacts.
There was some place to go, though. Sort of.
Like, does she actually verbalize this?
Well, she does. She does say you guys didn't know anyone on the planet either.
Now, Al looks at her and goes, yeah, but like it's a planet. Like I can go someplace else if I'm on a planet, right? Generally, where am I going to go here? Outer space?
Although
She
I
kind
would
of gives
like
him odd
to
look, like,
raise
were
the
you gonna
point.
go into the Warrens or something?
Like, where are you going away from? There's kind of only the one city.
Like there's like 3 villages and a big town and the desert. Oh, and a bunch of blade coat.
The ocean of acid.
He's not technically wrong. There are other settlements, but like for the most part, it is like there's just one city.
Al just shakes his head and goes, it's just different. This is so sealed in, Like we're going to have to know everybody on the ship for us to really, at least for me, to really feel comfortable.
Kat kind of just gives him like this kind of amused look, and she just says, "Well, you better up those social skills then."
Al just goes, yeah.
Like, she is fine letting Al go introduce himself to everyone. He's like, sure.
And I will eventually, but for now, that'll be a fun side story. But
Oh, God. Everyone meeting.
The Adventures of Al meeting the crew.
hi, I'm Al. What's your deal?
You can call me Al.
Is it just like 6 hours of him just standing at the one juncture point onto the bridge? Just going, hi,
Basically-
I'm Al.
He
Nice
has
to
one
meet
of his
you.
hover chairs that he's moved
Hi,
out there.
I'm Al. Nice to meet you. He turns himself
Basically the
into a
wrench.
glorified Walmart greeter.
He's the wrench again, just not in the wrench suit.
Hi, welcome to the bridge.
Spinning a sign that just says "Meet Al."
And then at the end of a day, anyone who he hasn't met yet is now suspicious because they haven't introduced themselves. It's like,
Just
wait,
has a ship's log that he marks
like-
people out of.
it's like, but wait, half the crew works down in the engineering bay. It's like,
He'll like see someone across the mess hall and be like, "You! I haven't met you!"
it's like, who are you? It's like,
And
I
they
was at the
run.
bridge all day. It's like, I work on the other side of the ship. It's like, wait, there's another side of the ship?
Poor phrasing on Al's part, I guess. Knowing everybody, but still.
Well, I mean, like, we were told that like this would normally have a crew of like a pretty large size, and it's not fully staffed, but that's still a significant amount of people.
We
Yeah.
can throw a meet and greet.
It's like deciding to introduce yourself to everyone at like a baseball game.
Come see the flight commander live.
Al and
Get your
kind
picture
of
taken.
sensing that his intentions may have been somewhat misinterpreted, he just leans in and goes, "I don't have to meet everybody. I just have to know them." And then he goes, "Wait, not in that way."
Parker raises his eyebrows.
Like Cat when he says that, and he's trying to like stutter his way out of what he said.
It's like, hold on.
Cat just glances at Hawker and is like, "Oh, you have competition."
Even Romy's like scooting over a little bit in her seat.
Al's face goes flush. He's like, "No. No. What I mean is," and he leans into Cat again, closer. What I mean is, we should find out about everybody. You know, like, just kind of. Can't we look up their like files or something? Just make sure that there's nobody on here that like knows us and wants to do us harm.
Go look at the Do Us Harm Index.
Yeah, like who
I mean-
hates us?
I mean, in fairness, Cat might actually have a Who Wants to Kill Me Today index.
I mean, I mean, to be honest, Cat's default is like assuming that everyone does, and it doesn't bother her.
I just mean, if anyone's going to have like a list of people that want to kill her,
Yeah, no,
it's
she has a
probably
list of
Cat.
like, people who could actually get in my way. Yeah, like everyone is on the list of they might want to kill me, and then there's a list of things I have done to people that would make them want to kill me. So like the list of like that list is slightly shorter, and
It's getting bigger every day.
yes, since Holland, yes, it has. And then she has the like people I might want to kill list, and it's a lot shorter.
Is Harker on it?
No, he's
It's
working
just
his
Romy.
way. I mean, Romy's on it, yeah.
Work the ranks.
If he keeps up with the fight commander thing, he's gonna be on the people I want to make their lives miserable until they apologize list. Which that list is significantly long, actually. It's
I
what she
feel
does
like-
with most of her hacking.
I feel like at the end of like a week's time, Arca will have distributed shirts that just say, "I met the flight commander."
He'll just have one that says, "I'm with the flight commander," and the commander.
And an arrow.
A smart arrow that always points towards Cat. Anyways,
Start
I
selling
mean, that'd be a little bad if he was on the floor above, though.
Or below, that would be even worse.
the hammer is my penis. To
He
call
would-
back
he
something
would
nobody
still-
remembers.
No, I remember.
We all
I thought-
remember it.
Dr. Horrible!
Yeah. I feel like he would still wear that shirt though.
I have to get above deck.
He's gonna start
Like,
selling autographs.
calling Al up, like, okay, where's Cat? Okay, I'm gonna get on the floor.
Just where are you, Al? And I'll be like, I don't know. The mess hall again, I guess.
So Romy stands up on her seat and announces to the room, "Does
Oh, God.
anyone want to kill Al in this room?
Please no. Al shrinks as much as he can into his-
Anybody?" And then she's like, "See?
There's
Nobody
a
wants
there's
to
a
kill you."
pause as like everyone looks at you. They're just like really confused, and like
All right.
in the corner of the room, there's like a guy who finds this video and goes, "Who's Al?"
Are any of you seditious?"
Al is under the table.
And she sits down and she pokes her head under the table and says, "See, everybody in here is fine. I'll just do that until you feel comfortable, wherever we go." And then she sits back up and drinks her concoction and makes a face.
Al punches Romy's leg enough to hurt a little bit and then pops back up. Still, his head looks like a strawberry now, kinda, but with tattoos. A tattooed strawberry.
Like that commercial where the kids eat the gushers and they turn into fruit.
Yeah. Exactly like that.
Harker is watching Romy with that kind of fascination that you reserve for like nature shows. And then he says, how does that taste?
It's a little tart and sweet and sour and bland at the same time somehow.
It is warm.
Yeah, I shouldn't have put in the coffee or the tea or the hot water.
Cat is just saying nothing as she eats her pasta.
It is
And then she's like,
warm
"But I
in
do
like
think-"
the worst way because it is neither cold nor hot. It is like above room temperature in the least enjoyable way.
But I think one of the things they gave me was in fact soup.
I mean, arguably, you could have asked if they had like tomato juice or something, which they didn't, and then asked for that warm, which is gross and disgusting, but closest thing to soup.
Put some meatloaf in that and you got yourself a stew.
I feel like I've been lied to my entire life that you two cook. I just
Excuse me, I specifically mentioned that it would be terrible, but it would be the closest thing to soup.
I mean, like that's not true though.
I think you could make tomato
Because like
juice
if you
and
use the
meatloaf
hot
work.
water and the vegetables, you at least made like a stew, which would be the closest thing to a soup.
I mean, realistically, if you were going to cobble together a soup out of what was available to you, you would take the
Meatloaf and
vegetables,
water.
put it into a small amount of hot water, add a splash of ginger ale with the tomato juice.
You said they didn't have tomato juice.
I said if they had it. And then
You
you
said
would
which
put the
they
meatloaf in.
don't.
Yes. Like that would be the closest thing to a soup. It would still taste atrocious.
You could put croutons in it. And it would be crunchy and atrocious.
And then you throw some pasta in there. And then you'd be like,
Oh, they have pasta?
bad soup.
Well, that's what's.
Remy's going back up to get some pasta.
Cat has been eating the pasta in front of her this entire time.
She runs
Romy
back to the table and looks at Cat's food and said, "Oh, they have pasta!" and runs back up there and gets some pasta. with
What
meatloaf
about
on
Rumi
it.
makes you think that Rumi is that observant? Where it would have taken less than 10 minutes to observe pasta.
I mean, pasta was mentioned at least 3 times
Yeah,
while other
no,
people
yeah.
were
Several
ordering.
forms of pasta.
She was busy thinking about her drink.
Her disappointing drink of sadness.
And while she's up there, she asks if any of the people behind the counter want to kill Al.
And one of them's like, Al who? I know an Al that, I don't like, but I don't want to kill him.
And she just narrows her eyes and points at her and like she's under suspicion. But doesn't say anything until she gets her pasta. Then when she gets back to the table, she tells Al that she suspects one of the people behind the counter. Specifically, the one who made one of his sandwiches.
I imagine Al probably doesn't pay attention
Appreciate
to
it.
that.
Sorry,
No.
my brain exploded. What happened?
The person who made your
I mean,
sandwich
what's
said she
happened
knows
is
you.
both me and Kat are slowly losing our will to live.
Hey, no breaking the fourth wall.
I said both of us.
I know.
And?
That's too meta.
Al turns his head towards the camera.
Do your little aside.
No, because you're
Zach
doing
was
it to
crime
me
free.
and Romy's doing it to Kat. It's not breaking the fourth wall at all.
And then the narrator says, little did Al know that somebody did want to kill him on the ship.
Yeah, and now they know he's on the ship. Good job. Well, they probably wouldn't know.
Oh, just wait till till she gets a hold of the PA system.
No. Please. No.
All hands on deck. If you want to kill Al, please report to the bridge now.
This one guy shows up, is like, I don't know, I just wanted to see who else would. My name's Al, and if they want to kill me, I guess.
I had an argument with one of the cafeteria staff. I don't think they like me.
Anyways, Al in game is very quiet. And now it is very quiet otherwise.
Remy just takes that as her having done a good job and settled his mind.
Yeah, you can take it that way if you want.
She's proud of a day's work done well.
Remy will take it how she will, I guess.
When she's talking to the big giant egg tonight, she can tell him all about.
What?
What? Did you say we're talking to the big giant egg?
Yep, she talks to a big giant egg every night.
What the fuck?
Oh, I did hear that correctly.
Okay.
No, you did.
I thought I was really tired.
No, there's a big giant egg that Remy talks to every night.
This explains a lot, actually.
Is it just a picture of the back of Al's head?
Is that why Roma keeps talking to Al?
She thinks it's
One of the
her
disciples.
mentor. One of the disciples.
This
Oh,
explains
something I never would
so
have
much.
expected. We got character development in the cafeteria. What the hell? I mean, I can't unlearn that, but Al certainly hasn't yet.
I want to cry.
I don't blame you.
Cat's suddenly just understanding what Al meant about everyone being trapped on a giant ship.
When you think about it, isn't it kind of like an egg?
No.
No.
Okay.
I'm not sure what sort of weird abstract concept of egg you're using, but it's gotta be real far away from egg.
I mean, at the base of everything, everything's an egg.
No. No, it's not. It certainly is not. But yes, you finish your meals eventually. Quite eventfully, it would seem.
Some people are going to be talking about today's interaction in the cafeteria forever.
I mean, Romy's gonna be talking to the egg about it.
Just tonight. You only check in every night.
only every night.
So, has everything been loaded up yet?
I don't know. Has it? You guys are still in the cafeteria.
I feel like that was a long lunch.
Al's going to turn in his tray and ask if they want to go check the status. I assume there's trays.
Yes,
Yes.
there are trays. You were given food on trays.
Were they magnetic or?
They are metal.
Sounds good to Harker. He gets up
Yeah, we
to
need
deal
to.
with his own tray.
We need to ask everybody in the hangar who they want to kill.
Al looks at Romy and goes, "Listen, I appreciate what you're trying to do for me, but
Well, good. I'll keep up.
I don't appreciate your methods.
I'll try something else.
I would appreciate it if you tried nothing else."
I'm gonna pass around a note now.
Where do I go get flyers printed off?
Does Romy ask this in game?
Yes.
Al points to the nearest airlock and says, "I think there's a Kinko's there."
She'll put up wanted posters. If you know anybody who wants to kill this man, there's
Do
a
you want to
reward.
kill this man?
Is he wanted dead or alive by you?
And Al never leaves his room.
Harker is rethinking that crate of utensils. He's Al's having it rough enough.
Have you already put in the order?
He did when they were in there.
Okay.
So
Because I can tell you right now, it will break him at this point.
Well, is Al going to his room?
Oh, we're gonna go down to the hangar first, I thought, to check status.
I don't know. Where are we going? Is that what we're doing? Is that what
Like,
we're
oh,
deciding?
are we going to see if our mechs are there?
Harker says he has a stop to make first. He'll meet them there.
Just frantically trying to stop that crate.
Follow that crate.
This is a side episode where she has to break into your room.
But yeah, okay. So you make your way down to the hangar. Your stuff has arrived. So your mechs are loaded. Crew has been assigned, so each of you now has your own engineering team that helps keep your mechs work in order.
Ooh.
I mean, I don't know why you say, ooh, you had one of those back on the planet, too.
Well, Romy didn't know that. Now she does. She's excited.
Okay. Fair enough, I guess. Yeah, your mechs
I mean,
are loaded
Cat-
up, and
Cat totally just wants her goblin back in her room.
I mean, that is
Al knows too.
highly unusual.
Romy didn't know that was an option. Now she wants hers in her room, too.
No, the goblin's tiny.
It's basically a glorified suit of armor.
Yeah, like she
Mine,
can fit the goblin in her room.
mine can be tiny. It's all held together with like energy strings. It can just
No.
turn itself into a ball.
No.
You should, Romy should try that with her in it, see if it works.
Listen, this isn't Samus's magical morph ball, okay?
Exactly. That's what I'm counting on.
I haven't found that artifact yet.
I will never understand their attempt to try to explain that, because they have tried several times. Like, don't try.
Have they even been able to make an action figure of Samus that transforms into a ball?
No, I don't think they have.
I didn't know that was something people wanted.
Because I don't
I want it.
think it's physically possible to contort a human-sized thing into, like, a soccer ball. I don't think that's actually biologically possible.
Well, it's like with butterflies, she just liquefies herself.
Yeah, that's clearly how that works. But I mean, yeah, so you want your mech in your room. They could certainly attempt it. It is very non-traditional, non-standard. And the problem is,
She's the flight commander.
yes, she is. And
So she gets her mech wherever she wants it.
and the problem really with that is the concern that if it's not in the hangar, it's hard to them like keep it mission ready, as it were.
I feel like our mechs kind of keep themselves mission ready. I mean, we both have advanced AI, and they're like super alien mechs.
Yeah, but you're not getting that your mech is too big.
Yeah, I'll keep my mech out here. I'm trying to be...
My
Would you
mech
stop
can
barking?
literally walk in the door. It just has to crouch a bit. Like my mech is probably shorter than Owl.
Yeah, she's fighting for you right now. She doesn't care about her mech. Remy's trying to be helpful and see what happens.
Huh?
She's advocating for her boss.
Equal rights for all.
For all mechs.
Mechs are sentient too. Equal rights to all mechs. And then the thing
Wait, your
like,
mech is sentient?
Yeah, the thing's like, wait a second. What did you just say?
I talk to it every night too.
It's like, are we
Kat
gonna
is
have
not
to
saying this,
contact
but it's just
someone
like,
in Union Space?
no, trust me, you don't want me to not be keeping an eye on my mech, okay?
It's like, are we gonna have to talk to somebody in Union HQ about this?
Cat's mech just like starts wandering the halls looking for her at night.
She did it. She kept the mech in her room in Holland.
Yes, you did.
So yeah, she wants to keep the mech in her room.
I mean, they can't tell you no. They can just say it's very unusual.
She'll just be like, "Don't worry, I'll make sure it is available for tunings and
6,000-mile checkup.
you know, updates, and that you can make sure that. And if at any point you are dubious that it needs to be checked, I can bring it down."
Again, they can't really say no to you.
No, but she's giving them reassurance.
Yeah. So they just kind of nod and be like, well, you're at the flight commander.
They'll have to send mech protective services to your room to check up on it periodically.
Well, I mean, honestly, Kat having a mech near her works well because it boosts her hackability too. So,
Don't worry, Mech Protective Services only cares if you have a chamois cloth and a can of oil. Then you're fine. As this is going down, Al is feeling cheeky and just points his thumb at his mech and goes, "Can I have mine in my room too?" Just to see the kinds of
Hey, if
reactions
he gets his in his room, I get mine in my room.
They
He
kind of
just
look
wants to
at
see the
you.
reaction.
They just kind of look at you. They don't say anything. They just kind of stare.
He gives a little chuckle and goes, "I'm just kidding, guys. Come on. All right. So who's on
Please
my?"
don't want to kill him for that.
Yeah, I know. Cat just like quietly mutters, like, I thought you didn't want people wanting to kill you.
Remy actually says that out loud. Like, please don't want to kill him. She's like panicking.
Al is trying to exercise his social skills.
He has
I think
those?
you need to roll for that.
He's trying. Anyways,
Hey, during the downtime, Cat got an upgrade in charm. Okay, so she's even.
Al at this point also has a +2 in charm, so
Cat has a +6 now. It's as good as a hack and fix.
yeah.
From all
Well,
that hanging out with Harker.
but anyways, Al goes to meet the team who's
I'm
going to
happy to be
be.
the sane one around Romy. It just automatically makes him more charming.
Wait a minute.
Al does want to actually speak to the people who are working on his mech, though, and talk about changes.
Sure. You find the engineering team that's been assigned to you, and one of the engineers kind of like looks up and goes, "Oh, you're Al, right? Yeah. What's up?"
He knows who you are. He wants to kill you.
Al smiles as best he can, puts out his hand, goes, "Indeed, I am. Just wanted to see who's taking care of the albatross for me."
Remy quietly checks them all out while they're talking.
Yeah.
That sounds like you're just looking for someone to hit on.
Not that kind of checking out.
I mean, can it be both?
I mean, it can. She's patting them down with her eyes to make sure they don't have any weapons.
Dear God.
The guy shakes your hand, introduces himself as Dave. Doesn't give a last name, just his name's Dave. He's the head of the team working on the albatross. He sort of
I guess he gets a bigger team than the rest of us do, huh?
a lot more
Yeah.
back to service.
It's true.
More people to worry about.
So Al says, "Nice to meet you, Dave. Listen, we just came planet side, and I just wanted to make sure that a couple of changes are made." And he talks about, let's just say that at this point, he's asking them to put in the stuff that I've added to my sheet at this point. Because I didn't spend the time to actually do the rec down on planet just because I was busy kind of doing other stuff. So,
Not eating, though.
eh. He is eating, but anyways, he was just stress eating from being in a spaceship. Because it's been a while. So he just talks about the smart gun, the daisy cutter, how he wants all that on there, and just tries to chat up the team and get to know them a little bit because he is sure he's going to be working with them a lot. He's trying to what do the kids call it? Network.
He's trying to socialize a network. Okay. Social network. I
Does
think.
Remy see anybody suspicious in his group?
I mean, you don't know.
Yeah,
any
Romy
of them.
sees a mirror.
They can't make mirrors.
No, they have mirror-like objects. They just aren't traditional glass mirrors. Because that would be grossly impractical to have on a ship.
See? So there's no mirror. It's my long-lost twin.
That's frightening. But
She's-
yeah. As you have given no indication of what you consider suspicious, there's an entire engineering team talking to Al. You don't know any of them. That's awfully suspicious.
Yep. Are any of them like sneaking up on him with a wrench or something?
I mean, there's guys walking around with like equipment and tools that
I
could
feel like I should
absolutely be
tackle
used
one
to
of
kill
them.
him, but like, you don't know what they're doing.
Remy asks Al if he wants her to tackle the guy that's walking around doing things with things.
Al just looks at her and goes, "Don't tackle anybody unless, you know, it's an enemy. But there are no enemies on here as far as we know, so stop it." He
Okay,
says this
good.
like he says it's kind of like low, like stop it.
Her job is done. Elle is comfortable with the people around him.
For
Look
now.
at the entire background to this entire conversation was growling dog and cuckoo clock.
Mhm.
Yes. Cuckoo clock, which has consistently been 22 minutes off.
Yeah, it is really off. I'm trying to adjust it.
You're trying to adjust it.
Yeah, it's hard. I've been trying to
been like
adjust it
4
since I got it.
months.
I
Yeah,
know.
like
I had it set once, but as soon as it like stops, then it needs to be adjusted again, and I had to stop it when I went home that time, like 3 months ago, and I've been trying to fix it since.
I mean, that is generally how clocks work. If you stop them, when you start them up again, they are not going to be on time anymore.
No, it doesn't. It runs too fast or too slow after it stops. It's finicky.
Sounds like
I mean, we could get
clock
into a conversation, about clock maintenance because I've dealt with some finicky stuff before in regards to that, but I don't want to go on that tangent right now.
thank you.
Yeah, so the engineers are quite happy to meet your demands. I mean that is their job, right? Like they're there to provide the best service for your mech that they can.
Al gives him a thumbs up and goes, "Great." And can you also just one last thing with the custom paint job there that I have on there? Can you put a number 5 on the left pauldron?
They kind of look at you and go, I suppose.
It doesn't
Kind
have
of
to be big.
assume that you guys were gonna change the paint schemes over, but
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
what
we
you
were
want.
told that we had to.
Well, when we change the paint schemes over, can you just put like a small 5 on there somewhere?
Yeah, that should be fine, I suppose.
Okay, thanks.
Romy's eyes go wide, and she runs to talk to her people about painting a pinup girl on hers.
No.
A very tasteful one, sitting on a bomb.
So you're gonna draw a pinup girl on your mech that disassembles itself, so that the pinup girl on your mech is going to be broken up into various pieces.
Yeah,
as
that's
your
the
mech
best part.
goes around. Okay. Good to know.
I mean, mine actually had meaning, but okay.
I mean, nothing Romy does has meaning.
That's not true. It has meaning to Romy.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. She talks to an egg.
I mean, it
It's not
has
an
meaning.
egg.
It's not good meaning. Just it has meaning.
I just report to the egg.
Hey,
Cat took 10 points of mental damage.
Yeah, the psychic damage tonight is insane. I sense a disturbance in the force.
As if thousands of brain cells cried out in agony at once and were suddenly silenced.
Thank God we're stuck on this ship together now.
yeah.
Harper managed to stop the crate delivery, or does he have to break into Al's room?
Actually, yeah, let's go to this side story because
Well,
my
unfortunately for
brain already
Harker,
hurts.
while you guys were eating, the stuff was printed and is already all delivered.
Did they actually dump it out on the floor?
That was the requisition request.
It was a big enough crate that they needed to actually have a lift for it.
It should be noted that at this point, Al is going to start heading back.
Okay.
Would any of us know why Harker hung back in order to try to stop him from going back?
I don't know. Would you?
I mean,
I feel like
I
that's
don't
not
think
a
we could.
decision for me to make.
I don't think any of us heard him do that. So
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Would it have been on the
Wait.
paperwork?
Yeah, didn't
'Cause
No,
Cat
Wouldn't
because
the
the
no,
flight commander
the
paperwork
have
was
paperwork.
not.
to?
Oh, the only thing Cat's
Oh,
paperwork
it's just
did
the,
was
like, yeah.
being like they're allowed to order crap, not.
Yeah. It wasn't a specific work order that she filed. She just filed the authorization for them to put in an order.
Because Remy loves stalling people, but I don't know if she'd know that she needed to.
Like I can just imagine Hawker being like, "Wilmy, I'll give you a sandwich if you manage to stall."
Well, you guys don't know though, right?
Yeah, that's what I
No,
was
Yeah,
saying. I
no
don't
one.
think
You
I
guys.
know.
no, Hawker would have
I'll
to ask. Like, I'll give you a
I
sandwich
mean, he
if you
didn't
just
tell
stall.
anyone.
I'll
He
make
just
this a little
snuck out
more
of there.
fun. I'll make this a little more fun. I'm going to, because Harker wasn't there and Al is chuffed with his mech team. He's gonna send a message to Harker that says, "Hey, you should check out your mech team. Everyone has their own, just like before, but it's new people. My team seems pretty cool. Heading back to my room to relax a little bit,
I'm just telling you that last part because, well,
Goes.
in case Harker needs to know where I am, because Harker knew where we were all going before."
Is his room locked?
I,
Like,
I mean,
So this is the question: does it lock automatically? Is it coded to me only?
so no. Like, obviously, people can get in and out of the room.
Because
However,
somehow they left the stuff.
it would be courtesy for the moving team to lock the door behind them as they leave, because you can get in fine, no problem.
is it pickable?
I mean, it's hackable. It's an electronic door, so it's hackable.
Harker's gonna send a quick text to Kat.
God, after he's been calling a.
This will be good.
And says, "Stall Al. Also, how to hack a door."
asking for a friend.
Like, Cat just sends back immediately, like, what the fuck did you do?
No time to explain.
This is like the point where you steal the letter off the teacher's desk and have to hide under it when they come back in their office.
Cat just kind of like stares incredulously at her tablet or whatever that she received the message on. Then she goes, "Hey Al, hold up."
Al stops and turns around and goes, "Yeah, what's up?"
Like she's just like she's at a loss and she's like, can you help me get the goblin situated in my room?"
Al shrugs and goes, "Sure."
Well, that was easy. That wasn't any fun.
Well, no,
And,
because
then as
It's
he's
not
stepping,
solved yet. It's not solved yet.
as he's
No,
stepping
the door-
towards her,
Just let me stop by my room real quick.
yeah, I got a dolly in my room. This will be easy. I grab the cart. No, so as he's walking back, he goes, "Couldn't you just wear it and then like walk down there? Would that be too weird?"
she's like, "I totally think that'd be too weird."
Can't you just get the AI to walk it for you? That's
Good point, Romy. Can't
that's
you just get the
Romy.
AI to walk it for you? Actually, I mean, if you want me there with you while it's walking, sure, in case something goes weird. But I mean, totally.
She's just like, "Oh
listens
no,
to
I
you."
was just hoping that you'd help me like position things in the room so I can like have the proper room."
All
for
you
it."
need is his eye for internal decorating.
She's like, "I'm not good at lifting like desks and stuff."
Oh yeah, you didn't get the floating desks.
No, she did not get the hover desk. She needs to arrange things in her room.
Can't you get your mech to do that?
Actually, yeah. Thanks, Romy. I mean, like, I could help you. I don't mind helping you, but Romy has a good point. You could get the mech to help you move stuff around.
And
Probably
Kat's just
smarter
gonna
than I
give this
am.
like
I-
wounded look.
I thought that was half the point of getting the mech in your room.
Kat's just gonna give like this wounded look to Al and be like, "What? Now you're too important to spend time with me?"
Al immediately feels super bad. I mean, like, just, like, really bad. He's like, "No, no, no, you're right. No, you're definitely important. Let's go. I can help you out." And he literally just picks up the goblin.
She's doing this for Owl's sanity, okay? She doesn't know exactly why, but she suspects that Akko is saying to stall Owl.
Remy looks really lost and kind of impressed.
I would like to point out that you still haven't told Harker how to hack the door.
He's just standing outside the door.
So
Why is Harker standing outside my room?
I don't know that that's something you can explain to someone in text messages.
Harker
No,
has,
no, it's not.
has given up on hacking the door and
Crawling
is-
in through the
is
vents.
the printing area in the mech hangar, or is it somewhere else?
Any of the mech facilities can do a print job.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Harker is sprinting to the printing station, and he's going to try to find someone and explain that he had that delivery sent to the wrong room, and he needs someone to get it right away because he absolutely needs those garlic presses right now.
It'll ruin the surprise.
Which hangar did you go to?
He probably went back to whatever, because he only really knows, he's only
The
been to
one.
the one.
Okay.
So he probably went back to that one.
So you have the same technician. He's like, oh, yeah, I guess, but can you wait?
I mean, he did
Um,
say he needed them right now. Obviously, he can't wait.
Harker says it's a matter of life and death.
Well, I mean, I can't leave my station.
There's vampires on the ship.
Like, I can't leave my station. The delivery guy is currently delivering an order. I guess I could radio him. He can meet you there in like 10 minutes?
Harker says, asks what order he's delivering.
He's like, well, he looks through. He goes, yeah, there's an order going to Katarina. Oh, that's the flight commander. Yeah.
So he
I think that order takes precedence. You're gonna have to wait.
so he says, the order is supposed to be a surprise. Is there any way to get into my friend's room so I can get them out of there myself?
Kind of looks at you. Well, I mean, wait for my guy, or you could try to get authorization from security, but I don't know if they're gonna let you into someone else's room for that. You could certainly try, though, I guess.
He says, he kind of thinks about it for a second, and then he says, 10 minutes? Like in a
Yeah,
question.
about 10 minutes.
Says, all right, I'll meet them there. And then he sends a quick text to Kat and says, stall him for 15 minutes.
So, like, Kat just casually responds, like, what did you do?
He does not answer. He's too busy sprinting.
So
I was gonna read a situation because
Okay.
obviously, Kat's been like probably like just looking up at him and speaking weird and looking at her tablet and looking back at him.
No, she's playing it pretty cool because, like, this
You
is
need
a
to-
fucking team.
You should roll your charm against his read.
I mean, I can. We can do that.
So there's a 15. Does Al notice anything weird?
I mean, are we gonna try to do a pose roll here, or are you just
Yeah,
I feel like the
sure.
charm should come into it for sure.
Fine. let me-
Let's see, hold on. Was that would be that would technically be an act unseen or unheard? Or
No,
a
that's what.
stay
That is
cool.
what.
I think we're
come on.
arguing. I
She
think we're
used fake
arguing.
tears on him.
We're arguing him noticing her being weird more so than
She used
noticing.
fake
Period.
tears on him. If that's not a trauma, I don't know what is.
Yeah, but see, she did that already. That was before. Right
Yeah,
now,
but she's keeping that up. She's like doing that whole like, oh yeah, I'm glad you're spending time with me. You know, I just feel like things are so weird right now. You're just a really reassuring presence.
Yeah, I don't know. Kat doesn't usually give off big mom energy like she's doing right now, so I would find that weird.
Big mom, God.
so again, this is an act unseen or unheard, or
I
stay
can-
cool with advantage.
So one
So you're
accuracy.
saying,
Yeah, one accuracy.
Yeah.
Oh God, that the accuracy.
Oh, you
What the
didn't
hell?
add the accuracy.
Oh yeah.
It-
Okay, no.
It
And
didn't.
Romy tried to interfere.
But
Yeah.
the best that
Thanks, Romy.
that the accuracy would have been is a 9 total. So oh no,
Romy jumped.
you don't
jumped in
know
between
what's
them.
up, but she's clearly doing something out of the ordinary on purpose. Like she's definitely doing something weird. You don't know why or what. She just is.
Al leans down and puts his hands on her shoulders and just looks at her and goes, "Are you okay? What's going on? Do I need to fix something? What's going on?"
She's just gonna. Apparently, you can fix it all if you just stay here 15 minutes.
Well, I mean, you say that, but you're still walking back to your room. But
Yeah, but she meant like stay with me. 'Cause
Where
that's-
Harker's
Wait.
standing in the hall.
Wait, I was gonna go to my room. What's going on in my room?
Romy
She's
says,
like,
"Oh,
I
he
think Harker
caught
fucked
us."
Wait,
something up.
wait. Isn't Al's room like close to Kat's?
Yes.
yes,
He
So
caught
wouldn't
us.
Harker just be like waiting there outside of Al's
No,
room?
because he's still running back at this
Yes.
point. 'Cause
No,
So-
they're not going to be there for 10 minutes though.
yeah. So as this conversation is going on, you guys have been walking. Takes a couple minutes for you to get from where you were from the hangar
You could take a wrong turn.
back to the room. So as you guys get there, you notice that the door of the cat's room is open, and there's a couple of crates.
I like that Al's afraid somebody's going to kill him, and we're like making him super suspicious.
Yeah, this is fantastic. I'm
Kat's
I'm
like,
super
I'm
enjoying
not-
it.
she's just gonna be like, I'm not lying about the fact that I could use help.
I was like, yeah, but you just pretty much told me to like not go to my room.
She's like, yes, I did.
He's the flight commander.
Al just looks at her and goes, "I need to know why. I really do,
She's like,
because
I-
listen. Romy earlier with the who wants to kill Al shit. You're acting weird. I
Hey, I was
need to
trying
know
to
what's
help.
going on."
Kat is gonna look him straight in the eyes and goes like, I don't know why. I think Harker was gonna play a prank on you, and then he saw how paranoid you're being, and so he's trying to fix his fuck up. She's like, that's the only thing I can guess because he messaged me and asked me if I knew how to hack into your room.
Al looks at her and goes, "Oh, okay. All right."
That's
She's being
simple.
honest. She's just like,
That's probably the best thing you could have said.
Yeah, no, like
I mean,
Kat and Al have a bond, and she trusts Al with her life, so she's just being honest at this point.
Al looks at her and goes, "So, because I've been acting paranoid, you didn't want me to freak out because Harker was going to play a prank on me that could potentially cause me to be more paranoid. But in doing so,
We made you more paranoid, yeah.
yes."
Good job.
Yeah.
I had nothing to do with it.
This time.
She's like,
Does Romy
"But
actually say
you-"
that?
Yes.
Is Romy with us?
Yeah, I think
I
she's still
imagine,
with
yeah, I
you.
imagine Romy's just tagging along.
Al turns, points at Romy, and goes, "I don't believe that for a fucking second."
Well, believe it now.
Kat goes,
I
I
wish
didn't know
I
about
was.
anything until we were in the hangar, and Harker went off to go like check on something, and then he sent me the panic text about stalling you.
Hey,
Okay,
look,
I don't know.
I wish I was in on it, but I had no idea what's going on.
Al strokes his beard. No, I'm just kidding. Al looks at Kat, and at this point, like because he's got something else to focus on because he knows what's going on now. He goes, "So I think that there's only one thing we can do about this." And looks at Kat and sees what she has in response to that.
Prank Harker.
Al points at Romy and goes, "For once, Romy has the right idea."
And Kat's kind of gets like, if you want to go back to your room now, you can.
I can blow something up.
Be immensely
17.
traumatized by whatever Harker set up.
Do you want to blow up Harker's
It's
room?
it's not the object. It's not the objet of what's in the room that would probably break him. It's the fact that it's unexpected. So I think that if we did go, I think we should go to Al's room. Actually, Al
And
said,
then,
I think we
so
should.
like,
Let's
Kat
get
just
the
literally.
sizzle.
Harker hasn't fixed whatever's going on yet, right?
No, I don't even
No.
think he's reached the room.
He has
Let's
not reached the
disassemble
room.
Harker's mech and put it in his room.
Keep in
Al's
mind,
like,
you were both about a hangar's distance away from the room, and the hangars are at equal distance. You left first.
yeah.
So we're there first, yeah.
So Al leans in.
Harker was
Romy.
running, though.
Right. So Al says, "Listen, here's what we should do. Let's go in, see what it was."
And blow it up.
No, I have a better idea. Let's just look and see what it is, and without even waiting for somebody to, actually, stop him or respond, he just opens the door to his room.
So, you open the door to your room. You have to understand, a garlic press is a small device. It's in your hand.
Yes.
Harker ordered a crate of them. And did not specify a dimension for a crate, so they just used one of their shipping, like transit crates that holds
Like
desks
pallet, half
and
pallet.
chairs, like a full pallet of unpackaged garlic presses shoved into a thing. Now, it probably wouldn't have been so bad, except for then it was told to dump them on the floor, which they did. So there's your furniture that you ordered, all crated up nice and ready to go as you need it, and then just like on the floor, scattered around them, kind of spilling down into the second level, are a few hundred garlic presses just everywhere.
Romy's eyes light up.
Are there enough garlic presses to where Al could potentially, I don't know, maybe pile them on top of himself?
Yeah, lay down in the door. I'm gonna order some ketchup from this stupid
There's
thing.
enough of them that you can't see the floor of that entry gantry.
You definitely
Cat
need to
goes,
pretend you
I
fainted.
don't even know what he was trying to do.
Al looks puzzled for a moment, picks one up, opens it, closes it, and just goes, "The finger crusher. Yeah, okay. Um, Al's thinking about, like, the only pranks he knows are, like, ways to hide to kill people. So he's like, "All right, here's what we're gonna do. I need you. I'm gonna lay down on the floor. No, I think I can sit. Yeah, I'm gonna lay down on the floor. I need you to cover me in these so that you can't see me at all. Actually, yeah, cover me entirely. The other one was a bad idea."
Cat just kind of covers her own face
Romy looks
with her hand.
disappointed because she wanted to shove like 5 of them in your mouth and pretend you killed yourself with them.
It's either Al looks at them both and goes, "It's either that, or we act like I've gone crazy and killed both of you in my room, and I'm
Ooh!
howling mad."
Romy goes back to order some more ketchup.
The ketchup's not
Romy,
gonna get here
get
in
back
time.
over here and bury Al.
We can print the ketchup.
I mean, actually, that is probably simple enough that the in-room printer could actually do it.
Al goes, "Wait, let's combine the two. You guys cover me in the things. Put some ketchup on yourselves. Lay down on my floor. And then we'll wait for Harker to get here. And then Harker will start to frantically try to remove the stuff, maybe. See you guys, quote unquote, dead. And then I'll hop out of the finger crushers."
Before he even says that, Romy's already drenched in ketchup, and she's like, I'm already there. And she shoves like 5 of the presses into her mouth and lays down on the ground.
I would like to point out, you guys did not get that much of a head start on Harker, and Harker's been running. So, like, as Romy, like, jumps down into position, like, you can hear Harker, like, running, echoing through the hallway.
So, like, Cat just kind of dives over to the bathroom to be out of sight. He's like, she is not gonna play dead or put ketchup on herself.
Wait, so have they covered me? Have they had enough time to, or no?
No, you might just have to bloody
You
yourself,
gotta bury
bloody up your
yourself in it.
hands.
Al quickly covers his hands in ketchup, grabs 2 of the garlic presses,
And
and
just kneel over me.
stands over Romy's body and breathes heavily, eyes wide.
So, Harker, you come charging up the hallway, and you notice that, like, there's no one in the hallway, but, like, the door to Cat's room is open, and, like, there's crates, and, like, as you're running, like, a guy comes out with, like, you know, like a little dolly, and
Aw.
goes to load the other crate, and he just kind of stops to stare at you as you, like, come charging up the hallway.
Harker,
I should note that
did-
we've left the door wide open to Al's room as well.
Yes.
okay, that was
Make it
gonna
easy.
be my question.
Yeah.
So Harker has to stop and then double over for a second to catch his breath. So he's kind of pointing at the delivery guy like he's trying to tell him something. But he's
Oh
getting
god,
his
this
breath.
is going off the rails real hardcore now.
And then he turns and notices that Al's door is open and has a very perplexed moment of
Thanks for unlocking it
confusion.
already.
So then he kind of looks at the delivery guy and he says, "Did you?" And he's like pointing at Al's door.
That guy kind of looks over and is like, "What? No, I was in here moving stuff. What's up?"
Harker says, "Okay," because he's really confused that the door is open because when he left, it was definitely closed because couldn't hack it. So he kind of is gesturing at the door for a second, and then he says, "Actually, I need your help with something. We had a delivery that came here, and
Oh,
it
God.
went to the wrong room. It was supposed to go somewhere else."
He kind of looks at you and goes, "Which thing was delivered wrong?"
Harker says it was completely my fault. I wrote down the wrong room number. Just got on board ship. Don't even know my own room number. He says it was and he's like snapping his fingers, and he's like, the kitchen stuff.
Not so much a thing, but
He
things.
kind of looks at
Multiple.
you and goes, "Ah, the garlic presses."
He's like, that's the one.
He kind of looks at you and he goes,
You wanted that in your own room.
"Yeah, you're on your own on those."
That is a weird kink Harker's getting spread around now.
Right. Um,
Fucking hundreds of garlic presses in his own room.
he kind of looks at the guy and looks at the room, and then he's kind of just like, right, yeah. Because the door is open now. So at that point, he steps up to the door and kind of peeks around the corner.
So does the entryway actually like open directly into it, or is there like a little like
It's-
entryway with a second door?
It's like straight into that like opening walkway type thing that you see in the picture. Like the thing with the
Yeah.
like railings, like it goes straight into that,
Okay.
and that's where you're all standing right now.
So yeah, Harker just sees Al standing over an apparently dead, bloody Romy with 2 garlic presses.
To sell it even better, I have my purser collar like glitching and staticky.
Parker has to do sort of like a double take of trying to make sense of the situation in front of him. Does Al see him?
Oh yeah, Al slowly looks up at Harker and grins wide-eyed.
This is the second edition of the horror answer game.
From Five Nights at Freddy's to like
Jesus.
phasmophobia here. So
And
This is
Harker
clearly
Dead by
holds up
Daylight.
his hands and pauses for a long second, and then points at the garlic presses that are kind of everywhere, and he's like, I can explain.
Just like, has he figured out Wilmy is not dead? Because
Yeah, that's a little.
His brain is kind of like trying to process a lot of things at once right now. So
I just love that his person was like,
he's
I can
focusing on the
explain. Don't kill
person directly
me.
in front of him at the
I
moment.
mean,
All right,
in fairness,
so I
it
have
is
to-
Romy.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah,
I
like
can
it
help
could
you hide the
have been
body.
not related, you know?
It's like, I can help you hide the body.
Yeah. I'm gonna add a little bit of crunch to this, and I'm gonna do a stay cool to see if Al cracks up and gives away the situation, or if he stays in character. Nope.
Well, I mean, I suppose that would be. I mean, I
if he
guess
starts,
that's a.
like, if he starts breaking into laughter, it'd probably just be creepy at this point.
I would say that's a read a situation, but with a penalty.
Yeah, it's contested at this point.
Yeah.
Should
Yeah.
Remy
Alright,
show
so
off to see
roll.
if she can hold the?
It's yeah. It's like how well do you read the crazy? It's a difficulty one.
Difficulty. Well, I have not been training my read a situation, so he's gonna be very shook. Oh, look at that! It was close. It was close.
You kind of see him laughing, and it's just like, huh, that's weird. And then like he keeps laughing, and it just starts getting creepier and creepier and creepier. Just like, oh no, something's really wrong here.
Harker at this point is just convinced that he's completely lost it. Like it's just psychotic laughter. So he's like sort of backing up a little bit, but keeping Al in view. And
This
he's
is
like,
a living man out of the hallway now, or
So, all right, I have to do something to figure out what Al's next move is here, and that is I'm just gonna roll 1d2, because there's 2 ways this can go.
It's like, are we going to
Yeah, I know.
escalate this or no?
A 1 is escalate, and a 2 is give up the ghost. Oh, thank God.
Mm.
This could go so badly.
Well,
I'll-
no, I want to know, is the delivery man left?
No, he's back in your room doing his delivery of your stuff.
So Al appears to escalate things for a second. He picks up Romi's apparently lifeless body and like positions Romy like a ventriloquist dummy. And it's just like, and then Al just laughs and falls over on the floor. He's like, no, really, everything's fine. Come on in.
Harker is looking like he's not sure that's a good idea, so he's just kind of still looking at Al, like trying to figure out what exactly is going on here.
Remy's still
Everything
playing
else.
dead.
Yep, I figured that shit was gonna happen. Al, like, lightly punches Romy. Is like, come on, get up. You're fine.
Her tongue lolls out, and that's it.
Can Kat hear any of
How
this?
can her tongue loll out? She stuck 5 garlic presses in her mouth.
Well,
She has a very talented tongue.
Oh.
at this point, can Harker do another like read the situation, because now things are kind of shifting and he's now actively trying to figure out what's going on?
I mean, if you want, but I feel like the tongue escaping a mouthful of things is not like a natural reaction, and that's just like someone purposely hamming it up. But if you want, you can roll.
We'll just see what
I'm
goes.
contesting it with a 6.
For show off? Okay. I think it should be okay. Yeah. That's,
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Everyone
about.
thinks the Roman bullshit.
That's about
All
right.
right, he's on to this now. Harker like visibly relaxes because he was probably like right up in the midst of fight or flight. So he visibly relaxes and lets out a breath, and then he kind of grins and sort of joins in the laugh with Al, although his laugh is like slightly still a little bit nervous.
A little forced.
And he
Oh dear
says,
God, I almost died.
he says, okay, like you really got me. And he's like, just to be clear, you're not mad.
Al walks over to Harker and puts out his hand. He goes, "No, I'm not mad." And waits for Harker to shake his hand.
Oh no.
Harker very tentatively shakes his hand.
And
Normal pressure, but Al does lean in and go, "But if you ever do that again, I'm not gonna fuck around." And then he laughs. He goes, "But seriously."
Can I roll
Kat
to see if Remy pulls off her
finally
suicide vest?
slides out of the bathroom and kind of shrugs at Harker. He's like, he figured out something was going on, and I didn't want you to get killed.
Harker just kind of gives Kat a look like, uh-huh.
I have a question. Where did you put the goblin in all of this?
The goblin,
In the hall.
yeah,
Just been standing in the hallway.
ominously in the hall.
Carrying the goblin as we went.
Yeah, always.
Yeah, I dropped the goblin in the hall. Like, I put it down nicely. I didn't like throw it onto the floor.
Just been sitting in the hallway the entire time.
The crew is just passing it by, like, what the hell is this?
Well, I mean, like, no one else is down here except the delivery man.
Yeah.
It's
And
like
they're
our
probably just
private
like, "All right."
section. And
Cal
Kat
popped
just
up.
like gives Harker a look like, no, I even used fake tears, okay?
While that's happening, Al picks up, or takes one of the garlic presses and goes, "I'm keeping one of these," and puts it in his kitchen drawer. Or whatever, on his shelf that he has now.
It's like now on with them. It's gonna be with the
Figures.
models.
Remy's just making garlic press angels on the floor.
With some of them still stuffed into her mouth.
And Kat's
Yeah.
like, how are you gonna clean up that ketchup?
What, to me or to Al?
To Al, because it's his room now. And he let you go through with it.
Yeah, she was very dramatic with the ketchup because there needed to be like splash damage and a whole scene.
I'm just gonna note down that I've added 2 garlic presses to Al's pilot gear.
Only 2.
Only 2, 1 for each hip, you know?
Yeah, I feel like there's a few hundred that you're not accounting for that is spilled across the floor.
I'm not gonna carry them on my person. I'm not adding all my furniture in my fucking inventory.
Romy's keeping a couple that's in her mouth.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Al's not taking those back.
You can have those.
Those are yours, the
You and your
souvenirs.
you and your talented tongue can take those away from my room. Thank you.
Ew.
So, in response to the cleaning question, by the way, Al just shrugs and goes, "I'm sure they have robots for that. If not, I'll get a mop."
They will get stuck in the Roomba. Can you imagine a Roomba trying to run over a bunch of garlic presses?
And then Kat just kind of gives Al a look. She's like, "You're gonna make the robots want to kill you."
The Robux.
Al looks at Kat and
Robot.
goes,
Oh, robot.
"Robots aren't allowed to think about killing people, right?" He looks at
She's
her.
like, "Have you paid attention to my mech or Romy's mech at all?"
Yeah, Romy just kind of laughs at that.
Al shrugs and goes, "As long as they're not Horus Tech, I think I'll be okay."
Oh God, Horus Tech Roombas.
Why is
And
my
then
Roomba
like
so
Kat
small?
kind of gets wide-eyed and like, "Oh God, we left the goblin in the hallway." And she kind of races out, like check on the
And it's
goblin.
covered in ketchup.
No, it is not. That would be the last thing your character ever does.
Hey, Romy didn't do it. She was in there the whole time. She has an alibi.
Hey, if it gets covered in ketchup, it might actually achieve singularity just from all the stress.
I think that's how we know that it's achieved AI, pure AI. It decides to kill Romy.
Yep, chapter 2 completed already. All right.
It helps it access its source code.
God. Hate you.
Dear God.
So as you go scramble, go beat the goblin, notice the delivery guy just kind of walking past you back down the hallway. Kind of looks and goes, "Yeah, your stuff's in your room." And then just leaves.
And Kat
Romy,
just goes, "Thank you for delivering it all."
Romy pops out before he leaves, just covered in ketchup.
Can Al make an effort to stop Romy from doing that? Like, can someone?
I'll take control.
What do I have to roll? I need to roll a grit.
Oh God, yeah, contest a 5. Romy's got to be slippery from all that ketchup, yeah.
Oh, do I get an advantage?
No advantage, please.
Let's see. Where's my grit at?
It's the thing. It says pilot grit right underneath the big red sign that says Lancer.
Mm-hmm.
But that means like he has to roll like a 1. Yeah, like.
Mm-hmm.
So she slips out, and all you see is they see Al trying to like hold her back as she's fleeing his room covered in blood.
Surprisingly, the delivery guy doesn't bat an eye. He's kind of keeps walking.
Remy just says,
He just walks away muttering, "Fucking Lancer pilots."
Kind of keeps walking.
Not my pig, not my farm.
Pretty much not his problem. He's just gonna keep walking.
Remy just calls after him, "Replicator's full."
Just keeps walking.
That's t-shirt worthy.
And Kat just, guides the goblin in and is pretending she doesn't know any of you.
Yeah.
Sorry, making notes for the T-shirt I'm gonna make later.
Yeah. So yeah, the guy has left your stuff just sort of ready to move in. He sort of, spread them out so that you can access them. But other than that, since you weren't there, he didn't like set them up or anything.
I vote we take 5 or 10 or so at this point.
I mean, it's already 10, and I know Kimchi wants to stop early-ish.
Okay.
So I figure we can go a little bit longer and wrap up for today.
Sure. Yeah, I'm good with that too.
All I gotta say is I'm glad I filled out my sheet for all this in time.
Yes.
Yes. Listen, you use your rolls.
I didn't use any new rolls.
Grit was.
Yeah. Grit is.
Grit went up.
Oh, did my grit go up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we entered the tier.
Yep.
It's a new roll.
Everyone had an increase on all their rolls.
Not that I really needed it with that.
I didn't say you were going to go into combat. I just said you were probably going to need to make rolls. Which you did.
Yay!
But, yeah.
Rumi goes to her room to make actual rolls on her printer.
Okay. So,
she squeezes past all the furniture.
So Romy has left a ketchup-y stained trail from Al's room to hers.
Way far away.
Al is covered in ketchup, apparently.
Unfortunately.
And has a room full of ketchup and garlic presses, plus actual stuff that he ordered. Harker is just staring dumbfounded at everything that has just transpired.
It's a good thing you didn't get the magnet furniture with all those loose garlic presses.
And Kat has presumably now locked herself in her room and staying well the hell away from everybody else today.
Yeah.
She's
she has to uncrate and put.
Yeah. You have the goblin now. You can move stuff. You have a power armor.
Yeah, now she can.
You don't need us help anymore.
Yep.
Dear God.
This is the situation you put yourselves in. Are you proud of it?
Yeah, it's great content. I'd listen to this. Alrighty then. So Al just looks at Harker and goes, so you gonna help me clean this up?
Harker is like, yeah, I'll definitely help you clean this up. Least I can do.
Al just gives him a thumbs up. Did they leave the crate here?
Yes,
that these came
yes,
in?
they did. There's just an empty crate sitting in a corner.
All right, Al starts hucking them in.
Well, now Al has another chair if he just wants to turn the grate over.
Nah, he's gonna stuff it full of garlic presses.
No, yeah, that thing needs to get full of garlic presses, which some of which are covered in ketchup and needs to be returned to a very, very confused group of men and women and what have you.
Yeah,
that are
probably.
Like, I feel like Kat should just send a memo to the people down dealing with the printing and just be like, look, whatever happens today, I am very sorry, but the planets that Harker and Al come from have some weird celebratory traditions. And they were very happy about the raise.
Garlic press confetti.
We come from France.
France. Come on, this is
Am I
more
the only
like
one
a
who got
French
that reference?
Canada thing.
I think I'm the only one got that reference.
Yes, thank you.
I know what it's from. Yeah, Coneheads. But
I say Coneheads was my guess too. I haven't seen it in a while though.
I have never seen it and I am proud of it.
Really?
You're not missing much.
I liked that movie.
Yeah, you're not really missing a whole lot, but it was good when it was good.
Listen,
I would say it's worth a single watch at
it,
least.
it was
Yeah.
a mildly amusing skit that got
She
stretched
would
out into way
Well, yeah, I've seen
too
the
long of a
skit,
movie.
the original skits,
she would hate it.
but I'm not watching the movie.
It was
Great, though.
mildly amusing as a skit. As a movie, it's just way too much for way too long.
To be fair, it's one of the better SNL movies because
Yeah.
they've done some crap.
Yep.
That's not saying
much.
anything.
It's not a high
Ladies
bar to
Man.
pass.
Yeah, there was like Ladies Man and Night at the Roxbury, which they turned into movies. Which Ladies Man, I understood. Night at the Roxbury, what the fuck is wrong with you? But yeah,
It's not a high bar to pass, man. It's not.
They needed a Toonsis movie.
Oh, jeez.
anyways, so that all happens,
Yeah.
presumably.
Are you gonna clean them up, or are you just gonna hawk them in ketchup and all?
I mean, I'm not gonna wash 300 garlic presses in my sink if I have one,
You do.
which probably is in the bathroom.
Yeah, it is.
Just
How many
send them down to the mess hall.
how many of
Got
them are
some-
soiled?
Got some dishes for it.
I don't know, maybe like 50 of them.
Nope, they're going in the crate. Fuck it.
I feel like Romy did a better job than 50.
As far as Harker's concerned, that delivery guy left him high and dry, so he's not cleaning any of those things.
Yeah, really.
That delivery guy did his job.
I mean, you went to the
Anyways.
delivery guy who you told to upturn a crate full of garlic presses that you needed to pick up all of those garlic presses. I'm pretty sure his response was, "Nope, not my problem anymore," is probably the valid response to that.
It's
Just
like
saying.
delivering confetti for a party and then calling UPS to come clean it up.
Kind of. It's like, hey, I need you to take this box to this house and then open it and point the top of it into the house. And then
And
like
shake it.
and then like 20 minutes later after the delivery, he's like, "Oh, I need you to go back to that house and pick up all of that stuff that came out of that box." It's like, "Nope. No, thank you."
I need you to help me wrangle all the snakes that you just dumped into Indiana Jones's house, please.
Why did it have to be garlic presses?
Another
So-
shirt-worthy quote.
Yeah, it takes you like the better part of like an hour to get everything in. And you find that when garlic presses are printed and assembled and neatly put into a box, wow, they fill that box real good. When you take them and you just hawk them into that box, they don't fit so good no more. There's a lot of like jingling, jangling stuff piled up out of the box, kind of like tumbling off every now and again. Like, huh? Volume's weird.
Never goes back in the box the way it came out.
No, especially if you're just
It's like-
chucking it back into the box like that.
It's like trying to refold a map.
I'm gonna roll grit to see if I can make them fit by sheer force of will.
Hey, do you remember IKEA?
I'm gonna tell you that you cannot possibly succeed on the roll to force them in with brute strength.
Then let us roll to see how many I do not get into the box.
Melt them down.
Is that an acceptable?
Yep, roll
If
a
you
D500.
really want.
$140.
There's still a lot that are not technically in the box. Like, there's just a mound that has formed out of the top of the box.
Approximately how many?
$80 of them.
Cool. So I'm gonna take those 80 garlic presses, and I'm going to put them into my room inventory.
Just put them under the. Oh wait, you don't have a rug.
And then on the next requisition, I am going to order a barrel to put my new throwing weapons into.
Okay.
It should be noted
I
that
feel
I
like
put
now Al just wants like a bunch of like hooks in his room. He's just gonna hang up all the garlic presses as like almost like wallpaper, but it's 3D.
You need a
He's gonna
grinder
get
so you
one
can
of those
sharpen 'em.
like wire tool racks that you like hang up. You have the
Just
adjustable
all
shelving units
garlic
on,
presses.
and they're just. He gets a little like tiny display shelves. Each garlic press gets its own little tiny display shelf.
Oops, all garlic presses.
Each one will have its own story.
It's like one of those fancy like
If he wants
put
to
together,
torture
like,
someone, they'll think he's gonna crush their fingers with a garlic press, but in reality, he's just gonna sit them in front of the wall and be like, "And this one I named because," and then the next one, and the next one, and the next one.
I can't have Al get
those-
into customizing garlic presses because that's too close to like my real life, and I think I'd go insane.
you know those cliche like espionage spy things where like they have that secret room and like it opens up to like the wire rack where there's like all of their weapons stored hidden behind a thing. Al has that, but it's just a wall of garlic press.
But then behind that's the real weapons.
No, those are the real weapons. Because remember, in his mind, they're finger crushers.
Yeah.
He just has a wall of finger crushers. What's more frightening than the wall of finger crushers?
Head crushers.
I don't know. I think if you saw a lemon zester, he'd get some ideas. Anyways, so the crate. Do we have a cart that we can use to move this thing? I assume it's too heavy to move by hand.
You do not have a cart. It is unwieldy to move by yourself. With two of you, you could kind of shove it around. You could.
Is there a lip at the door that they can't get over?
I mean,
No helping. No helping.
there isn't, but like that doesn't make it any easier, really.
Just start shoving your floating furniture into it until it.
Can we call up to one of the hangars like through a video thing or like a call
Too
without
bad Kat's not talking to anybody. She could get her mech out there and help out.
You could, in fact, make a call back to one of the hangar teams and ask them to pick up the delivery.
I will do that.
Okay.
And is there a lid to this crate?
Not that'll fit on.
There
I
is
took
not.
the 80 extra off. All right,
There
then
is
I'm just
not.
gonna be like, all right, Harker, help me push this into the hallway.
You're gonna make a name for yourself among the people who have to deliver that crate.
Yeah. So you shove it out in the hallway. Yeah, you call the call the hangar team and just ask for the printing guys and just like, hey,
Here's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
Al's gonna call up and say, hey, listen, somebody added a couple of extra zeros to a requisition. I have some excess that needs to be taken back. It's already packed up. I just need somebody to grab it.
I feel like for once Remy is like number 3 in Who Caused Trouble this week.
They're okay with it. Like that is technically in the realm of the order, so like you can do that. But I'll tell you, when that guy arrives, just like, what in the hell?
Not my problem anymore. Bye.
Doesn't say anything else, but there's definitely just a moment of like, what in the actual hell have I just been like asked to do? What is going on?
Again, my door is closed and locked. That thing is out in the hallway. No interaction. Al's done being social today.
You don't want to introduce yourself to them.
Hi, I'm the asshole who wants you to take these ketchup-soaked garlic presses back up.
Forgot about the ketchup part.
Oh,
And
I made sure it's at the bottom of the crate.
at the end of this day, Al becomes increasingly aware. Maybe he should be a little bit more paranoid about who hates him on the ship.
There's definitely people talking about Al now. This is not an ideal situation. But yeah.
So wrapping up the night.
Yes, please.
None of this would have happened if Al had just gone to help Kat.
Yep,
Maybe.
he just
I
had to
mean,
keep
yeah,
pushing.
but then it would have been like, boring.
Hey!
I kid.
Yeah, I think Al just got another person on the list of people who want to kill him.
So Romy,
Wow.
have you done anything noteworthy to end your night?
I squeezed into my room, passed all my stuff, and took a shower and started disassembling some of the magnetic furniture.
Okay.
Forget the egg.
I would like to point out that magnetic securing furniture is not a giant magnet, it would be an electromagnet. It magnetizes itself, not just a giant magnet.
Yeah,
Yeah, the rules gave her a whole bunch of wires to work with.
she's gonna electromagnetize her floor.
Okay. Just
That's the
point that
sound
out.
of a dejected GM.
Somehow.
I mean, I would like to point out that like building electromagnets, not exactly rocket science. Like,
Oh yeah.
as a mech engineer, I don't know that you necessarily needed to order
Well, she wouldn't admit
electromagnetic
it.
furniture.
She was expecting big magnets in it, and now she's having to change her plans. But she's not going to admit that to anybody.
Okay.
But she did learn how to make a potato battery, so I think she's good with the.
Yeah, I will say that like at the point that you're maintaining gigantic, complex like robots, electromagnets are probably really simple like science fair project.
Well, that means she's going to kill it.
Sure. It's gonna be real good at repurposing those electromagnetic components. Yeah.
And she builds a fort out of all the extra cushions.
Okay, stop coming up with nonsense and let's wrap this up.
Yeah.
Because I have not eaten dinner yet.
That's not nonsense, it's a pillow fort.
I am telling you, I will kill you if you don't let me go eat dinner soon.
Harker. After you help with that whole ordeal.
He's probably covered in a decent amount of ketchup at this point, so he's probably
I
gonna
like how
take a
Kat
shower.
just escaped to him without ketchup. She's just like, nope.
Just daintily stepped out.
She's like, I saw this coming. I want nothing to do with it.
Like she hid in the bathroom when they started with the ketchup, and then
So yeah, he's,
definitely evaded everyone.
he's definitely headed for a shower.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Anything else? We're just gonna shower, clean up, and then just let that go.
Yeah, no, he's just gonna turn in for the night. He doesn't really have much to do besides
I mean, like, yeah,
just
Kat's
new
just
furniture.
arranging. Yeah, Kat's just arranging her furniture.
Okay. Well, I think that wraps up everyone's day.
And then she's probably hacking into Romy's account
Okay.
and taking money.
Okay.
Hey. What?
And she's probably throwing it directly to Slice just because.
Why my account?
Because you're you.
Well, that's very mean.
Flaw in the logic, though.
It's like you probably had it coming.
I was good today comparatively.
I mean, somewhat. Although, I don't know if that
You
necessarily
covered
makes
yourself
up for
in ketchup.
everything else.
Like I don't.
I feel like she's treating this as back pay.
Hey, she got lectured last time because she hadn't stolen money from any teammates.
I mean, yeah, she did. And then you're
So
like, I don't steal from teammates.
she said yet. She said yet in that conversation. Because that was when Romy was moving in, if you recall. That conversation was taking place when Romy was moving in.
Yeah, it's true.
So she said yet.
I guess Romy falls outside of the protective bubble.
Despite endearing herself to everyone she meets.
Is that what we're
It's
calling
like
that?
Romy was getting paid more this entire time.
This is true.
And yet, during
That's
that
not
time, Kat was wanting to strangle her more than anybody else. So
that's not becoming behavior of flight master or whatever the hell they call you.
Flight commander.
that would be only the
Flight
truth if
master would be
you
way
were
better.
able to tell it was her doing it, which you can't.
Can I catch a griffin flight master?
I think this is the wrong universe setting that you're thinking of. But yeah. So, that should wrap us up for tonight. Want to thank everybody who came. Anyone who's looking and who watched. Hope you had fun. This was very silly, very weird, very unusual. And
This is what happens when you go a month or so without gaming.
I mean, you know, it was a break, right? It was a holiday break. It was a between season break. It's fine. Everything's fine, guys. Don't worry about it. We're all good. But yeah. Oh, we got to sneak in that glorious success. Today's session was a glorious success, even though there wasn't a challenge or anything, but close enough.
Yeah, we made it onto the ship and nobody died.
Well, yet.
Nobody died, but somebody thought somebody died, but was weirdly okay with it.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, that's unusual. I can't imagine why.
Al tried to be more social, which was a hoot, to me at least. And yeah.
And
Now
Remy
Al
was
has-
well behaved.
Oddly. I don't know how that happened.
Anyways, so next session is going to be the 24th. We will be continuing our adventures in Wayfar. Until then, I don't think we have anything else planned for this month. Anyone have anything to add? I know that Toucan, you like to stream sometimes. You got anything planned in the next 2 weeks?
It depends on whether or not my streaming compadre gets back from his folks' place down in the Carolinas. So
Fair enough.
Oh, God.
We have internet here, you know.
yeah, he doesn't have his rig down there though.
He's
we do
gonna
board games.
properly, like, quarantine, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm just warning you. Make sure he does.
Yeah, it's been bad over here.
We are on the highest day ever.
I mean, you know, New York's kind of not been doing so hot either, so.
I know, but if you survived New York, then come down to North Carolina and get it. That's just pathetic.
Yeah. No, we'll be following guidelines.
Yeah, no. I was just warning you because like we hit like 12,000 in North Carolina today alone, like reported today.
Jeez.
Oh boy.
Which I mean, we're not actually that big, so
Yeah, it's not great.
and it's been like 10,000 every day since Christmas.
Gross.
Stay home, everybody. Jesus.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's what I'm doing.
Ray, Kimchi, you guys sometimes show up on other people's streams. Any plans for that next 2 weeks?
I will be on Spygo's stream every Saturday, probably. I
You
wasn't
guys
this
still
Saturday.
playing Phasmo?
Yeah.
A little.
Only like 3 or 4 times a week, so
Yeah.
Like yeah, you
Just a
know,
little over half the days of the week.
a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Just
like
a little bit.
Kimchi's like level what 260?
256.
Yeah. It scares me how close I was on that.
I'm level 14.
I think last I checked I was 256.
I mean,
I just got over 100.
a friend of mine is 400 or 500 now, I think, and that's not even high.
Like some people are totally
Yeah,
absurd.
there's
Like,
2,000s out there, I think.
I know that like the first 3 weeks of launch, my friend was hanging out with someone that was like level 700 or something.
Wow.
Jeez.
So I can
feel like-
only imagine what level that person is now.
Once you get like 750, you should be the ghost because you have no life.
Oh.
Waka
That's
waka.
harsh. But yeah, so everyone, thanks for coming. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope to see you next time. Hope maybe if you feel like it, catch some of the other streams that people are on. And until then, I guess see you next time. And stay safe out there. Have a good night.
Goodbye. Went off the rails a little bit, but I think it was a good